Welcome, spoils and drools, to the sing-along version of Musical Madness Presents. In this special edition, the first 16 minutes of the original audiobook has been removed so that you can sink your fangs right into the main story. There is a link in the description to the original audiobook. And one final thing, the narrator's inner thoughts are indicated as such that is listed here within the sing-along. Enjoy.
Welcome all to CoffinMaster Shakespeare Multiverse. Welcome, dear majority minority mortals, magnificent monsters, binge watchers of the bizarre, fantastic fiends, and anyone who accidentally stumbled upon this glorious, so very good ebook/audiobook to the CoffinMaster Shakespeare Multiverse.
I know, I already covered this, sorta. But I'm so happy you're here, mi casa, su casa. Or in this case, mi estudio es su estudio. And one more time with more ecstatic excitement and finesse.
Welcome to the CoffinMaster Shakespeare Multiverse, a place where horror, sci-fi, fantasy, and pure unfiltered weirdness collide with monsters, horror, and more monsters, and maybe more horror here. The laws of physics are optional, and the fourth wall is held together with bone white, mold green, blood moon red duct tape.
If that wasn't enough color to blow your mind,
and smirk blood red, rotten mint, toxic cheer yellow, bruised lavender, cynic's peach, plastic vomit pink, ironic teal, eyelid gray, bleached bone white, and laughter black, sarcasm.
Here, traditional storytelling is strutting in vertiginous fishnets, doing a 180 and then is set on its Frankenfighter high heels. Loud, bold, impossible to ignore, and unapologetically dramatic. Every scene burst with so many pop culture references that your brain might need a Seagate fire. Could that no funny SSD to keep up with the download? This isn't only a story, it's a ride through the cobweb corridors of tales of the macabre, the strangest TV show never to hit your streaming queue until now. So buckle yourself into your chair, couch, or possibly a suspiciously creaky storage bed, because Tales from the CoffinMaster William Shakespeare #1 is about to unfold like a Netflix limited series directed by some unnamed horror director after scrolling too much.
I-24
Doom posting at 3 a.m. or better yet, like a TikTok channel run by Wednesday Addams after binging The Bear and annotating Lana Del Rey lyrics, or better yet, like a Hulu dark comedy written by AI that's been fed Barbie, BoJack Horseman, and True Detective.
Season 1, obviously, must I say more?
Expect ghostly soliloquies, dimension hopping drama, and more spooky fun than a Halloween party hosted by the relentless Jason Voorhees, sadistic Freddy Krueger, silent Michael Myers, vicious Chucky, and brutal Leatherface. Prepare for chills, chuckles, and the occasional extraterrestrial existential crisis, because in this universe, even Shakespeare can't escape the reruns of the Macabre!
Chapter 1 and 1/1 TARDIS Studio. Chapter 1 and 1/1 TARDIS Studio.
Before we go any further, I'm going to add a term to help shorten things up. Me. Best equals in my best impersonation. Hello, my fiends, I'm the narrator. You heard my voice during warm-ups and even a bit earlier. I have a gift for impersonations. Might be why I was hired, so maybe you are wondering what my natural voice sounds like. Think of it as creepiless studio and reminiscing of the voice of Vincent Price after binge watching Twilight Zone. What we do in the shadows. And a decade of late night and infomercials. Let me know if you'd like me to sound more sinister, humorous, and or surreal. I can tune in to fit your style for a price.
The year was 2525.
Me, best Rick Evans with Danny Zagger, providing harmonies and back and forth. Yes, I'm that good, I can do both at the same time, all at once. Me, best Rick Evans with Danny Zagger, singing in the year 25 in the year 25 if man is still alive, if woman can survive, they may find. Not sure what they find, but still a great song from 1969. Back to my normal voice.
The year was 2525, a future where humans had become the minority majority, and so another evening frothed with cackles and decay approached, and with it, another howling night of tales of the macabre.
All right, Yanks, who are reading this, say it with me. Macabre! Hopefully heard it correctly.
Preparations for the late-night show were on their way as one entered the building. The musty scent of aged velvet and crypt dust clung to the nostril hairs like dry boogers.
Perhaps we should start with the outside first. I'm not talking about the dry boogers, but the building. And if you have to know, the dry boogers are extra crusty on the outside. We'll come back to the inside like a... Which do you like better? Like a vulture with commitment issues, or like a ghost circling its funeral, like a zombie sniffing out the freshest brains? Or does it seem like there are already too many choices? Or like a haunted realtor with flying low standards? I like the realtor one. Let's go with that one. So we'll come back to the inside like a haunted realtor with flying low standards. Follow the outside, follow my voice.
TARDIS.
Terror archives for the ridiculous, deranged, and insanely sinister. Love the name, makes me want to work here.
TARDIS Studio was a primeval, elderly, ancient vault of cursed films and forgotten nightmares. And it was very old. Even in its early nights. TARDIS Studio was run down in the way only cursed buildings could be, perpetually and endlessly under renovation by crews that mysteriously vanished during breaks to read House of Leaves by Mark Z. Danielewski. And then, they disappeared.
The ghost of Sarah Lockwood Winchester was the architect and builder. It was, of course, as a side project to the Winchester Ranch. I guess people have to have hobbies.
TARDIS Studio was buried deep in the fog, choked outskirts of nowhere, wedged between a forgotten puppy and kitten cemetery, an abandoned Western drive-in, and a rotting strip mall that had a grand opening October 4, 1972 banner hanging above the main entrance that looked as new as when it was first hung up. Though the studio had been around even before the strip mall, tumbleweed security guards called the Tumble Task Force patrolled the area. They wore cowboy hats and conversed in a Western drawl.
Out where the horizon burns orange and gold, there's a dusty old studio, brave and bold. TARDIS Studio stands with its lights burning bright, but it don't stand alone in the hush of night. 'Cause riding slow on the desert wind come the Tumble Task Force lawman kin. Cowboy hats low, boots scuffed and worn, guarding that gate since the day they were born. Howdy, they say with the drawl so wide, spitting out dust as they walk inside. Names on the list better speak it true. We don't take kindly to trouble passing through. They patrol them halls where the shadows creep, while tumbleweeds roll and the secrets sleep. If mischief stirs or the silence breaks, they're the ones that the darkness makes. So tip your hat when you pass that gate where the Tumble Task Force seals your fate. A cowboy watch with a studio view, and nothing gets in unless it's due.
They weren't the only things patrolling the outer perimeter of TARDIS Studio. Caligo Gray, a free-spirited female wind phantom, kept an eye on things while welcoming and urging crew members to hurry on their way. Her eerie voice stretched across the barren land like a funeral hymn carried on a dying dust storm.
Sand drifts over forgotten roads, through telephone poles bend like bones. The night stretches wide beneath the dead black sky, and somewhere far beyond the dunes, a lonely low neon sign flickers alive. The wind moans across the wasteland, places everyone. devil's dance where the highway ends. An old transmission tower crackles faintly like something waking after a day of rest. Tonight's show is about to start. Far off in the distance, hidden beyond the blowing sand, a blue neon sign hums against the midnight horizon. Its glow spills weakly across the desert floor like moonlight leaking from a grave. The wind blows colder. At the edge of nowhere, where the coyotes stop howling and tumble, we tumble. And the earth itself seems abandoned. The reels begin to turn. Tales of the macabre. Troves of cult classics buried by time, B-movie nightmares spilling from the crypt. Faded monsters stitched together by static and shadow. Creatures with radiant eyes waiting in the grain of the screen. The desert keeps whispering, gather close. A ghoulish good time awaits the sleepless and the strange, for drifters, for spoils and drools, for those foolish enough to follow the signal into the dark. Midnight approaches. The wind rises one final time. Tales of the macabre. Places everyone. Tonight's show is about to start.
Once you walked through the main entrance and entered one of the buildings of TARDIS Studio, you would see a sprawling soundstage that creaked like a coffin lid every time the wind howled. The soundstage was the background and setting for most of this story. No one knew who built it or...
Wait, what? I covered who built this a few seconds ago. What author slash creator of this fantastic and very, very creative world slash universe? The one who lovingly and thoughtfully brought me into existence. Let me take a moment to thank you. Thank you. What author slash creator is not paying attention? I won't name any names yet, but wait, neatly wait. Have you waited long enough, Kristie, Lynn, Higgins, have you? I'll move on. So, let's be honest, I know, a new experience for me, but anywho, not a soul had knowledge of the one who constructed TARDIS Studio. I guess we'll go with it for now, even if it was rewritten in an attempt to hide it from my prying yet crying eyes.
It hummed with mystery and whistled a happy tune at times. One moment, you caught a glimpse of what you believed was an unhinged shadow. And the next, you'd swear you heard puppies whispering. TARDIS Studio was a timey-wimey, compact, and yet very wide-ranging blend of classic charm buildings and horror pop culture delightful structures.
And one more time, because a lie should never be told neatly once. That way, you'll be more likely to be caught in a lie.
No one knew who built TARDIS Studio, or why the blueprints were scrawled in Latin tick blood and what might be expired nacho cheese.
Yum, pass the guacamole!
Not yours, nachos.
Founded long before film existed, possibly during a solar eclipse in 1886 or a puppy adoption gone horribly right, the studio had always produced exactly what no one asked for.
Kinda like I never asked for this job.
TARDIS Studio produced Ebnek Schlock, cursed reels and shows that allegedly aired before you turned on the TV.
I wish I could turn on a TV right now, or watch a loop of a toe tag swinging in fluorescent light. I'd stare at anything else to get out of having to watch this show again.
TARDIS Studios' hallways echoed with laughter too dry to be human, and the makeup room had a mirror that refused to reflect anything made after 1959. Rumor had it that the studio was sentient and hungry for B-list kitten divas, and its laugh tracks were soaked in dread.
I'm soaking in dread right now.
And of course, presiding over it all was the undead host.
I could easily do his job. No, seriously. Want his job.
CoffinMaster William Shakespeare was equal parts game show MC and grave digger, filming episode after episode from the control booth that's technically in another dimension.
Who wrote this part? Doesn't film anything. He's the one being filmed. And what's this about a control booth? He's not in a control booth, he's on the set! Wilted Shakespeare's decrepit body can barely stand. So how is he supposed to deliver his lines? I should be the one up there, I should. Sorry, went off on a tangent, tangerine. Now I want fresh, squeezed orange juice. Sorry, did the tangent slash liquid sunshine craving slash yearning slash obsession thing again. I'm in slash mark overload right now. Let me fix the above sentence and don't tell the author slash creator. No, seriously, mom's the word. Actually, mom's the word. Let's keep my mom out of it, scary lady.
CoffinMaster William Shakespeare was equal parts game show MC and grave digger, hosting episode after episode from the set of Tales of the Macabre, which was technically in another dimension.
Not perfect, but better.
From the outside, TARDIS Studio resembled an oversized sticker-covered porta-john.
You know, Crapper Capsule, Pit Stop Palace, Johnny on the Spot, I could go on, thrown on the go, Portable Privy, Loo Box. I will go on Stink Station, the Porta Pot, Mobile Outhouse, the Royal Flush Shack. Oh crap, where's the TP?
From the outside, TARDIS Studio resembled a hulking Stigalic porta-john that was worn by the centuries and long abandoned by time. A sign was on the door. Warning! Temporal anomaly detected. This portable restroom / studio is expansive on the inside. Once you stepped in and the door shut and locked to its OC-cupied setting.
What do you mean by OC-cupied setting? Do we have to buy a fast pass to the old Papa powder room? Ooh, ooh, yeah, in the powder room. I'm Mimi. Passes like the fast flush, skip the line stall, lightning Lulane upgrade, Q cutter, bathroom edition, golden seat speed, express exit privilege card, fast track relief, priority potty, throne queue express pass.
Once you stepped in and the door shut and locked to its OC-cupied setting.
If you left the door open or left the door unlocked, you could use it as a bathroom.
Once you stepped in and the door shut and locked to its OC-cupied setting. The dimension stretched into architectural nonsense. A gigantic lot appeared along with a zombie horde of buildings. And within the buildings, hallways looped on themselves. Ceilings defied gravity!
I'm defying gravity right now in the old portable privy. I got the door shut but unlocked me! Best Tim Curry is Pennywise from the miniseries at 1990. Might I add, a miniseries that proved that a red balloon could float an entire generation's nightmares and showed that true horror doesn't need jump scares, only a clown, a storm drain, and timeless terror! Back to the voice. It's a voice that blends cheerful, cartoonish playfulness with sudden, jarring burst of menace, and like a party clown who's a little too eager to eat you. And with a twist on the iconic quote, they all float down here. Think about it, Sivers, and they all float down here, turds. Need I say more? Where was I beside in the old portable privy? Ah, yes. Back to my creepily soothing and reminiscent voice that sounds like Vincent Price, or what I like to call narrator Echo's rising voice, eternal. What did you say? Way too long? How about an acronym? Nerve. I like the sound of that. I should also back up a bit so you might experience rerun overload.
From the outside, TARDIS Studio resembled a bigger than normal porta-john that was using its own body as a sticker album. The stickers would change depending on the mood of the porta-john entrance, and currently, it was covered in spooktastic sheer horror stickers that included Fear Outs, Bite Mark Snack and Candy logo, Ox Blood Thorny Vines, and Moon Phases Tart. Atop TARDIS Studio was a blue neon sign that simply read Studio, and it had a sign on its door. Warning. Temporal anomaly detected. This portable restroom/studio is expansive on the inside. Once inside, with the door shut and locked, a studio lot immediately stretched before the door over 4,000 acres.
So, 10 times the size of Universal Studios. Huge!
Many buildings covered the lot. But we'll focus on the soundstage. Or at least one of them. In the one soundstage.
You know the one I'm talking about!
Dimensions stretched into architectural nonsense. Hallways looped on themselves. Ceilings defied gravity. And staircases sometimes forgot which direction was up. The central feature was a towering soundstage.
Stage 13!
Might as well call it Stalag 13 without the Hogan's Heroes.
Though, no one had ever confirmed whether there were 12 other stages. Or if the number was chosen for its superstitious bite.
In my personal opinion, I think it's exactly like Babylon 5. Babylon 1, 2, and 3 were destroyed during construction, either due to sabotage or unexplained accidents. The implication is that opponents of the Babylon project, which aimed to build a neutral space station to foster peace among various spacefaring races, were responsible. The destruction of these stations was largely off-screen, only mentioned in dialogue and background. Now, Babylon 4 got completed and went online, but it disappeared mysteriously 24 hours after becoming operational. This mystery becomes a major plotline in later seasons. You see, Babylon 4 was pulled forward in time by the Minbari and future versions of key characters like Sinclair/Fallon to help fight the first Shadow War 1,000 years before the events of Babylon 5! And I believe this is where I'm supposed to put the words spoilers in here. Singing me, best not quite female sounding Britney Spears.
Oops, I did it again.
Nailed it. I'm so wickedly evil, wanna come and play.
Here in the soundstage, amidst the flickering.
Fun fact, this is the place where things go wrong. Horribly, beautifully, horribly wrong. Quick side note, I have heard the wild walls murmur that a change is in the draft, courtesy of the wind machine for TARDIS Studio. I can hear them right now, can you?
You betcha.
So what had the wild walls been murmuring before they were put on the spot?
Management might not be who will be managing once a new management plan has been managed.
I'm not sure what that means. No one does. But it can't be good for the crew. Back to the story.
Here in stage 13, amidst the flickering work lights and half-melted mannequin heads, horrific filming magic was at work. This was the set of Tales of the Macabre, a show so haunted by production delays and unexplained kittens singing about the sea occurrences.
Nibble nom doomfish swishity boom, beware the pelurker of tuna doom.
That its cancellation had been attempted 3 times. Each time, it resulted in the executive producer waking up with cryptic script pages tattooed in green on his body. In the back rooms of the soundstage, things got stranger. The break room housed a vending machine that sometimes dispensed human teeth instead of chips. No one could unplug it. It hummed in Morse code, and nobody was brave enough to translate it. The vending machine disappeared for 1 hour, only to reappear the hour before.
That reminds me of the old SOS commercial, where they would use Morse code.
I hope I didn't say anything bad in Morse code. Back to the story.
The director's office floated 3 inches off the ground and maintained a precise 10-degree temperature differential from the rest of the building. Its walls were lined with self-updating storyboards programmed to anticipate filming anomalies, equipment failures, live Homo sapien mishaps, power fluctuations, chimera-related fire hazards, and/or both neither catering mishaps with uncanny, data-driven accuracy. The props room housed everything from rusty guillotines to a haunted rubber chicken that once caused a grip.
Before Bob's time, don't know him, neatly wait. Packing up in my brain fart mobility scooter.
A haunted rubber chicken caused a grip to speak only in rhyming limericks for a week. Items here moved on their own. One shelf bore a "Do Not Touch" sign nailed up by a hand, no longer attached to any known staff member!
Speaking of the crew, why are there so few now? Besides the director and the host, I guess we're also not counting the female human. The rest of the crew I can count on one hand. Yes, I have all my appendages, at least on my counting hand.
Can't see my hand, I understand. You can't see me when it comes to the first sense of the 5 senses. We're excluding the 6th, 7th, and 8th senses for this analogy.
Picture a void of empty blackness where not a thing, even light, can enter or escape. And that, my fiends, is where I live. Sadly, nothing's less vacant than where I live. I can hear, taste, smell, and touch within this world, but can't see a thing in this place, not even its blindingest headlights. Deadlights, the ones bright enough to tan corpses and interrogate ghosts. I mean, we all know the headlights. It's deadlights. Yes, I'm correcting myself. Someone has to, and I'm an equal opportunity type of slayer. Don't look into the deadlights. We all know the deadlights / headlights from its rust bucket van. Did it light up the street they assaulted? Its selfie this full-on ravenal napalm. I'm talking soul exposing every pore in 4K kind of bright. They were headlights / deadlights / taillights. They were judgment beams from whatever magistrate handles slavery legends and low-budget horror scenes. You don't see with them, you confess under them. I can go on, so I will. It is the kind of cloudless night where the darkness feels personal, like it shows you. The kind of pitch black usually let's move for crypts, coal mines of that one X's soul, and then it pulls up. And those headlights / deadlights / stoplights / searchlights don't break the darkness. They commit a felony against it, not to be confused with it. And if horror focused on broken adults dodging cosmic clowns and childhood trauma, and we're a ragtag band of kids in 1958 Derry, Maine, called the Losers Club, are armed with bike stutters, sarcasm, and a questionable understanding of sewers doesn't float your boat. They all float down here, can't get enough of the sewer pun. Let's try virtual reality. A brave new world where technology could unlock human potential, but instead it unlocked a guy's brain so hard he thought dial-up made him God. So, picture Job Smith strapping twin sons to a lawnmower controlled by his mind. Me, Best Pierce Brosnan is Dr. Lawrence Angelo and Lawn Mower Man 1992. Might I add, a movie that cuts deep and mows down reality itself. Sci-fi madness at its most electric. It's a voice that carries a smooth, polished, aristocratic Irish British tone. Normally charming, almost Bond-like, but here it's laced with an over-serious mad scientist gravitas. What we're doing here is creating a new form of intelligence. Not human, not even necessarily organic. Skipping forward a few scenes in the movie, we're not just tampering with his brain, we're evolving it. Nerve.
The soundstage of tales of the Macabre's dungeon-level gloom evaporated instantly, exposing everything from the raccoon in the trash to the zit monster, playing house in my pores, subtle as a sledgehammer, romantic as a dentist's lamp!
Ghoul droppings, where was I? I can go off on a tangent like one of my heroes, Ash Williams in Army of Darkness, third installment of the Evil Dead series. Me best Bruce Campbell as Ash Williams, a voice
Love his voice.
that perfectly matches his over-the-top, reluctant hero persona. Equal parts macho swagger, sarcastic bravado, and blue-collar grit. All right, you primitive screwheads, listen up! You see this? This is my boomstick! I did it again! Where was I? Oh, right, I was describing TARDIS Studio's Tales of the Macabre soundstage before that. And because I'm an equal opportunity narrator, as hashtag Billum would say, trimming's the game, trimming's in me brain, because I'm hashtag Billum as they come.
In the wardrobe department of the soundstage, costume racks shifted like subway trains, delivering outfits to no one in particular. A 1920s flapper dress was seen whispering advice to a kitten lawyer. Everyone pretended it didn't happen. The writer's room was a tangled maze of whiteboards and coffee cups filled with something that smelled like burnt dreams.
My burnt dreams!
Ideas spawned here often mutated. One script started as a romantic comedy and ended with sentient sea monkeys declaring war on Australia. It was greenlit.
Put those sentient shrimps on the Barbie!
The editing suite had a timeline that occasionally included scenes no one remembered filming, some footage displayed events from next week, and one editor aged 10 years after a particularly long night trying to color correct a spectral entity walking a puppy that refused to stay in frame. The screening room was a small, velvet-lined theater that, once entered, would not let you leave until the film finished. Bob the Blob.
His introduction is coming. Neatly wait. Neatly wait.
Bob watched a 14-hour director's cut of The Wailing Fog 5 times before being released, and after that, he communicated entirely in audio cues for a whole month. The Grippin electric room held equipment that sparked even when unplugged and once emitted a voice that simply said, "Red Rum." The Foley stage/ADR booth was soundproof from the outside, but echoed with strange noises when empty. The strange echoing noises were squelching, whispering, and something that sounded like a goat playing a harmonica. No goats were on set that day. Or any day.
Why don't ghost goats haunt barns? Because they're too afraid of being exorcised. You thought that one was bad. Try this one. They ain't kidding around with those hauntings either. Back to the story.
Despite all this, or perhaps because of it, the Tales of the Macabre soundstage of TARDIS Studio continue to produce some of the most groundbreaking, chilling, and downright bizarre media ever created! It was a place where reality bent to accommodate the whims of fangs storytelling, and where storytelling sometimes bit back. And that was all in TARDIS Studio's heydays.
It's heydays, not haying time!
Things now were, well, worse. Many of the rooms were no longer in use. Interns had become an extinct species, and where once hundreds of people worked, now only 8 crew members plodded around like zombies hyped up about Prongles' pitchforks.
I suppose they're not harvesting hay.
Like zombies hyped up about Prongles' pitchforks. And mate tea. Extra sugar.
Me best, Ash. Give me some sugar.
Next section extra dry now. Nerve! Now let's once again enter one of the main buildings within TARDIS Studio. Another evening frothed with cackles and decay approached.
Yes, the intro is being reused for those of you with no short-term memory, or depending on how long it takes you to read/listen with no long-term memory.
Another evening frothed with cackles and decay approached, bringing with it another howling night of tales of the macabre. Preparations for the late-night show were underway. As one entered the building, the musty scent of aged velvet and crypt dust clung to the nostril hairs like dry boogers.
Extra dry now with deja vu.
Within the soundstage, the camera panned across the dilapidated set. Time-worn coffins lined the back wall, lids slightly ajar, hinting at past performers, current ones napping between scenes or perhaps eternally resting. A scorpion-infested, gold sarcophagus timepiece of King Tut ticked away the seconds as if it were the doomsday clock. The skeletal director walked in, followed by a black-haired female human carrying too many boxes with a large tin of coffee on top. She was unable to see where she was going and ran into something large in the center of the soundstage. It was half shrouded in swirling mist and the scent of mint musk. What loomed there was known as the darker crystal. A towering shard of fractured abyss-black glass pulsing with a malignant violet light that seemed to breathe in time with something vast and unseen. Veins of glowing corruption snaked through its core, flickering like trapped lightning, while the surface sweated an oily sheen that whispered of forgotten places. It gave off a low hum, like a choir of zombified dead insects chanting in reverse.
Slordiena liops emosos. Ruomra ruoni niluartemit. Esreverni nitnach srotsevra lams. Lits YouTube dirps. Ew.
Et morfseman roi wontel til nerget nirges gnil Reb macht lumetning ikta lauet disse sevi Oi gud sidret retnu tsenes hotni wetni skip tabjames skip etni
be still! Small harvesters chanting in reverse! Time crawling in our armor! So come, spoil and ruse!
It gave off a low hum, like a choir of zombified dead insects chanting in reverse. And every so often, a hairline crack would twitch as though the crystal were holding something in, or holding something out. No one touched it for. No one dared, not even a little bit.
It was understood, without explanation or ghastly clarification. Macabre elucidation, grim interpretation, eerie justification, terrify account, spine-chilling description, haunting exposition, nightmarish reasoning, grisly narration, horrific disclosure that the crystal was the only thing keeping the madness outside from leaking in. Or perhaps more terrifyingly, it was the only thing keeping the madness within from leaking out.
The female human was told never to gaze at the darker crystal, but when she ran into it, her eyes locked on its pulsing surface. The skeletal director was walking behind her and ran into her, snapping her out of her trance and sending the tin of coffee crashing to the floor. The female human bent, grabbed the tin, noticed a dent in the metal can, and continued on her way as she muttered, "Stupid shaded slopes of Mount Yuanan!" At the center of the chaos stood CoffinMaster William Shakespeare.
Hiss, boo-boo. Hiss, boo-boo. Hiss, boo-boo.
The evening's host and master of ceremonies, both a parody and resurrection of the bard of banter himself. The gruesome versifier of midnight had once worn the garb of a gentleman, but time, grave dust, and too many late hours hosting tales of the macabre had reworked his finery into something far more dreadful.
His doubled, once black velvet, now sagged like a morning curtain, dipped and then drowned in peak crimson.
Its buttons clung with the desperation of the recently buried. Pinned to the doublet was a gold brooch of the theatrical masks named Thalia, the muse of comedy and Melpomene, the muse of tragedy, friends and foes of the bard. They threw out lines that hindered or helped when they randomly came alive.
Oh, Thalia screamed, Melpomene, dear sister, what a jest it seems to me.
We are both his friends and foes in perfect tragic comedy.
Indeed, my laughing kin,
Melpomene replied,
it cuts me to the core.
to love the man who writes my pain, then mocks it evermore.
Thalia said he steals my punchlines nightly, yet I cannot stay upset. queen, he grants my crown a net.
Our true delight, Melpomene proclaimed. For when his dagger finds its mark, you wait in the wings to make the audience bark.
That's theater, love, a laugh, a tear, a ghostly rhyme. We both inspire his pen, yet curse him every time.
How tragic, how divine, this dance of jest and grief.
His quill unites our muses and denies us sweet relief.
So let him write, my sorrowed sister, our quarrel never ends.
Thalia said for tragedy and comedy, our lifelong pray from friends. Back to CoffinMaster Shakespeare's attire.
Red nether hose strangled Shakespeare's calves, matching his doublet. A white Elizabethan ruff drooped about his neck, yellowed and softly whispering the less.
His brown breeches were patched with funeral drapery, stitched in haste by candlelight, and matched his shoes, which squeaked mournfully with every step, as though protesting the cold mud of a graveyard. Over all he wore a long brown crown of uncertain origin, smelling faintly of dramatic
His skull, peeking out of his corpse-ish skin and polished to a moonrise ghostly gleam, was crowned with a decayed ruff and a frizzy centuries-old periwig.
Or what normal people call undead possum head wig that likes to chew pink bubble gum in between filming, aka periwig. The toupee cap with cute ears made CoffinMaster Shakespeare look like an overaged David Crockett possum musketeer.
Periwig was infested with cobwebs and the occasional skittering silverfish crawling in and out of his furry ears. Shakespeare's two ghost-light ember eyes flickered with theatrical mischief. His gnarled hands clutched a leather-bound folio drenched in crimson ink. And his doubled.
Coming back to the doubled already, I mean, I would maybe not talk about it so soon, but that's me. What do I know?
His doublet was a lavish patchwork of moth-eaten crimson velvet.
The bloodiest of blood red crimson.
And bones,
Actual time-bleached bones stitched into the seams for flair. He stood on the cracked wooden stage beneath flickering sconces shaped like clawed hands, holding taper candles behind him. The iconic chair which preceded an even more iconic desk had been reupholstered with spider silk. An ancient script, he struck a pose, chin tilted in classical contemplation. One corpsely finger raised as if delivering an immortal dialogue. To shriek or not to shriek, that is the infernal question. He bellowed voice, cracking Shakespeare cleared his throat and tried again. And this time his voice was a mix of random train.
Royal Academy of Not So Dead Art.
Elegance and grave dirt rasp. To shriek or not to shriek, that is the infernal question. Few would guess, seeing him there beneath the flickering, swaying stage lights and the creak of ancient, aged, time-worn floorboards, how much of his barely beating heart CoffinMaster Shakespeare had buried in this midnight ritual. Tales of the macabre had become his life, or more accurately, his undead existence. Every prop, every quill and tomb, every Mothra-eaten curtain was tended with the reverence of a dramatist before the footlights. Long after the camera stopped rolling, he lingered in the gloom, dusting cobwebs just so, rehearsing new puns and spectral soliloquies to make the next broadcast a touch more spine-tingling, a shade more sublime. He always sought something more to send out to the spoils and drools, as if something had been missing from the set in the recent decades. Or 3. For him, Tales of the Macabre was not merely a show. It was a covenant between host and sleepless soul, a promise that no horror need ever be without humor, nor any ghost without grace, and that every tale would have a charismatic guide, the ultimate host for cult and B-movie entertainment. He longed to render the perfect show, but in recent memory, it had escaped him. Shakespeare couldn't remember a night when he felt he had delivered. If only tonight would be that night, he would think each time. And when the clock struck 12 and the red light blinked alive, something in his tired face would glow anew. The weary playwright who spent his daylight hours working with a graveyard of writers on the few lines he used before and after the main feature was replaced by the confident CoffinMaster himself, keeper of midnight chills and champion of the morbidly merry viewers might laugh at his overworked bats and melodramatic thunder, but they did so with love, because he believed in every trembling line in that mostly empty sound stage. Shakespeare found what every haunted heart seeks: a presence amidst the quiet gloom, a solace for the lonely dark.
Behind the scenes, the production crew of monsters, and one brave female human scuttled about in preparation. A cyclopean boom mic operator named Grimskull adjusted his monocle on a leather
twangy, fun, violent growler that shreds.
Grimskull sang a ripper from his past bone glory days. During his slasher era, he was unstoppable with a mic, watermelons, and a machete. Grimskull was also in charge of filming as the camera phone who was late and not there hadn't arrived yet. Grimskull wore an outfit that screamed stage left meets backstage grit. Cheesy grits. It consisted of faded black jeans ripped at the knees that screamed grunts. I meme every time he bent a knee, the jeans screamed bloody murder. The jeans fabric was stained with old tour memories. Magical unicorn joke. I love that rainbow flavored pop produced by Brainstorm Deep. Freeze the soda company, Inc. and I can't get enough of their all so cute, adorable, sweet, must have beverage uniform. I collect their stickers and apparel. My favorite at least for the next hour. There are so many flavors that my favorites keep changing. My current favorites are Uni Alpaca, Frost Fizz and Fun, Uni Highland Cow, Creamy Vanilla Beer, Calico, Uni Ragamuffin, Perfect Chill, Starlight Pop, Uni Silky Chicken, Crystal Cocoa, a Cloud, Magical Unicorn Juice, Best of Buds. This one is always on my favorite list. My apologies for my kawaii obsession slash hobby slash adorable fixation, sweet preoccupation, cute infatuation, charming fascination, pretty compulsion, delightful mania, lovely addiction, brayful craze, all things cute have bewitched me, and I must satisfy this compulsion. That is until I run out of money for the month. Now back to the story. I would promise never to do it again, but I'm trying to be more honest. And in case you're lost, not spatially, but narratively, I'm talking about Grimskull. Jeans fabric was stained with old tour memories. Magical unicorn juice. And probably barbecue sauce. His combat boots were scuffed but sturdy, ideal for stomping around sound stages and dodging tangled cables. Over his broad frame, he had on a vintage death metal band tee, a portrait eclipse stretched tight across his chest and partially hidden beneath a frayed sleeveless denim vest. The denim vest's back was still emblazoned with a barely visible cracked screen print of his old band's logo. Something vaguely kitten, all unreadable. Grimskull wore a utility belt loaded with gaffer tape, a multi-tool and emergency throat lozenges.
Habits do die hard. I believe I already mentioned the movie in passing, but I didn't include, might I add, the ultimate action movie that's part hardcore, unexpected TNT wow, action-packed ×2, Christmas classic and part explosion, fueled master class in badassery. Me best Bruce Willis, John McClane, McClane in the movie Die Hard 1988.
Might I add?
Yes, I know, twice now Die Hard is just that good.
Might I add? The action movie's so good. It became a must-see Christmas tradition alongside Elf, Last Holiday, White Christmas, A Christmas Story, Home Alone, It's a Wonderful Life, Christmas Carol, and many, many more.
You know the ones I'm talking about. You'd better know. Within the next 12 months, you'll need to drag out those VHSs, DVDs, laser discs, Blu-rays, or find them on a streaming platform. Where was I? Ah, yes. Me best Bruce Willis as John McClane, a voice that's gruff and sardonic, perfectly matching his tough, no-nonsense persona. Nerve.
On Grimskull's head perched a beat-up trucker hat with the putrid Eclipse logo, and a pencil or drumstick was often tucked behind his ear out of nostalgia. His monocle was dark shades, not for fashion, but because stage lights still bothered him. Grimskull looked like someone who could mix a perfect audio track and scream a turnaround death metal growl into the void, and all without dropping the boom pole.
Harry the Werewolf, the crew's resident practical joker and tinker, wore a lightly disheveled classic werewolf athlete that evoked the charm of vintage monster movies. His cloak consisted of a lightly tattered denim shirt and matching pants, both frayed at the edges, especially around the sleeves, hem, and cuffs to make room for his fur and claws. The shirt had two breast pockets with flaps, and the pants were cut off below the knees as if they'd barely survived his transformation. The entire look suggested he had wolfed out, but somehow managed to stay camera ready. Harry looked more like a lovable moonlit mischief maker than any kind of menace. He wore a headset and coordinated lightning cubes with the vampire. Harry also had a baby bird-shaped walkie-talkie that he barked orders into.
Is that a yellow rubber ducky?
He was a good-spirited werewolf full of smiles and snickers. But every once in a while, he would stare off into the water cooler as if it were the deep blue sea, and his beloved was lost below the crashing waves. The female human could swear sometimes she heard the haunting song of a mermaid lamenting her furry lover. Harry never mentioned his girlfish, not that anyone asked. The female human always wanted to ask and attempted many times until Harry pulled the prank on her.
Vlad the Vampire perched upside down in the rafters. He had pasty skin, a brown mustache, 1-inch fangs, and brown curly hair poofed like a mushroom top thanks to a red headband with a white stripe.
Lad, a huge fan of John McEnroe, wore a vintage 1980s tennis outfit consisting of a red, white, and navy Fila track jacket that he wore when he felt insecure, which is about half the time, like a blanky, snuggle, snuggy, fluffy, cuddle bug, lovey, binky, huggy, softy, cozy, nappy. His outfit also consisted of a white polo shirt, short white tennis shorts, white crew socks, matching sneakers, and red wristbands with a white stripe.
Vlad was Harry's partner in prank and was known to disappear for 5 to 10 minutes at a time, which was suspiciously the length of a tennis game.
Bob the Blob, a jello green gelatin in this script, oozed across the floor, securing cables and snacks in equal measure. He always had some food dissolving within his see-through form, and most of the time it was popcorn, and about half of the time it was popcorn and ox blood thorny vine.
Made by Fear Out's bite marks, snacks and candy, licorice so good it eats itself.
Bob oozed about his work, while the female human delivered pre-ordered coffee in steaming bone mugs. Coyly like Bashful in Disney's 1937 Snow White, Bob looked longingly after her as he started humming "Lay All Your Love on Me" by Amy. He gathered his courage and opened his mouth to say hello, but then he caught a whiff of essence of citrus gold.
Some horrors whisper, but this fragrance smacks you upside the head and makes you pucker.
Bob Winston recoiled, and then he rubbed his watering eye as if he were crying over his ineptness and loneliness. All his co-workers loved him, but Bob was after the one very special affection of one certain non-monster.
We get it. He's in love with a female human. No need to tiptoe around it. Or in this case, bounce lightly on his jiggly edges, wobbling with silly, careful wiggles as he tries his best to sneak without leaving a single squishy sound behind. Good luck with that one, my jiggly, lovelorn fiend.
Strawbeard the Bigfoot was the prop master, and he was currently on vacation. At the helm of the chaos, director Tibia Bones Von Marrow. A skeletal auteur in a buried and tattered scarf adjusted a Phantom lens camera on a rusted tripod. His jaw chattered with nervous excitement as he waved a clapperboard carved from tombstone granite. Not so secretly, director Tibia was fixated on making his mark on the horror film world and would do almost anything to do so. He obsessively dreamed of the coveted film award and had long ago written his acceptance speech. But every award season, he was denied. Director Tibia shouted with authority, "Places everyone, the show's about to start."
Lastly, and mostly forgotten, was the female human whom no one bothered to ask in or remember her name. As a minority majority in the monster realm, she was a blur in the background. Someone who delivered their favorite coffee, dread brew, number 13, and seemed to have no other skills. If asked, no one could that she needed to wear a t-shirt of their favorite coffee, promoting what she hated most in this world. Dread brew number 13 had become a symbol of her angst. Every week for 3 months they presented her with the new tea, and she had to wear it that night. Her curse had become the location where the coffee beans were put. Most would have broken, but the female human had her eyes on the director's chair. To make her dream come true, she needed to gain experience, any sort of experience in the film world. If only someone would see her as more than a female human coffee dispenser.
Something unusual happened. The lights and flames on the soundstage flickered, and time was reset by a few minutes, as if correcting something that was in error. The female human and the director walked in as if for the first time that night.
I hope it's not Groundhog Day.
Her path again aimed for the darker crystal that was in the exact center of the tales of the Macabre soundstage, beneath a chandelier made of brittle teeth, and above a floor that sometimes pulsed like wet leather. The darker crystal was as tall as a funeral obelisk and hummed with the resentful energy of a forgotten deadline. It loomed on a daze of writhing bonewood, and its jagged facets pulsed with purple-black light like grape jelly, as if alive and deeply sweet.
I'm getting hungry. Where's the peanut butter?
Crackers.
Sorry, still so hungry, I mean.
Cracks spidered across its surface. Not from age, but as though the crystal itself had screamed once, very loudly and fractured from the trauma. The darker crystal resembled something lifted from the scorched ruins of the Skeksis' throne room, shimmering, sinister, somehow wet-looking despite being a solid object.
Wet is becoming a theme.
Inside, vague shadows moved. Some claimed they were trapped spirits, and others said it was the director's unpaid interns eternally on coffee duty.
Don't forget, interns have gone the way of the dodo.
Around the darker crystal, arcane sigils flickered and glitched like a cursed Windows 95 screensaver.
1995. For those of you wondering if it was 2095, 21, 95, 22, 95, 23, 95, 24, 95. My favorite screensaver was the flying toasters. Anyone else remember it from an eon ago? It wasn't included with Windows 95 itself, but part of the After Dark screensaver
collection by Berkeley Systems, which was hugely popular in the 1990s and often bundled with or added to Windows installations by users or OEMs.
There was an aura of protection about the darker crystal, not warm or comforting, but stern and judgmental, like a school librarian who could explode heads with a whisper.
I remember hearing about her, the story went like this.
The Whispering Librarian, an abridged and unforgiven. In the mildew-kissed tomb of the school library, M's grave shelved books with the elegance of a funeral director and the warmth of a guillotine. Her glasses glinted like twin razor blades, and rumor had it her cardigan was knit from the hair of former students who had been loud. They called her the Whispering Librarian. Not because she whispered often, but because when she did, skulls liquefied. One Tuesday during a particularly tense decimal system alphabetization, a 7th grader dared to unwrap a granola bar.
Crinkolo!
Miss Graves looked up, and her voice coiled through the stacks like a cobra wearing a shush badge, and all the books whispered, screamed,
Decibel! Denied!
The kid's brain boiled out of his ears like overcooked oatmeal, and after that, silence wasn't golden, it was mandatory. The school installed earplugs in the vending machines, next to the tissues and last wills.
Wait, what? Who are the earplugs for? The kids or the Whispering Librarian? If the kids, how would earplugs save them? Were they there so they wouldn't hear their own deaths? Or were the earplugs there to keep their brains from lumping out of their skulls? Nothing is better for thee than me. Go, humans, go! If the earplugs were for the Whispering Librarian, was it so she couldn't do her job anymore? I meme. So confusing. Oh well. It was how the story was told to me later. If all of you are extra evil, I might tell you about the cursed study hall monitor, or Miss Graves and the Dewey Decimal Death Match. Oh, back to the story.
Chapter 2, The Host, with the most dead count. TARDIS Studio.
The soundstage!
I'm still narrating about the darker crystal during an alternate timeline.
Occasionally, when a stagehand tripped over a cursed wire or a prop chainsaw loudly wept blood. Stuart.
Or in playful blood-soaked paws, pink-nosed leather masks and half-gallon hats, the kitten cowboys of Texas catnip Paul saw meow sacred catastrophe narrative, the chainsaw revved up with a dramatic and then sputtered like it had swallowed a bucket of spooky catnip tea blood. Spur, which oozed from the blade like it was crying red tears of over-the-top horror joy. And one more time from the top.
Occasionally, when a stagehand tripped over a cursed wire or a prop chainsaw loudly wept blood, the darker crystal would emit a low, irritable as if it were keeping something at bay. Nobody knew what the darker crystal was protecting them from. Some whispered it kept the thing between cuts from slipping back into the studio, and others said it prevented the spectral editor from reappearing to rearrange reality into a tighter, more marketable format, while still others believed that without the darker crystal's influence, Bob the Blob's flatulence would become sentient and develop a hunger for dreams.
Watch out, Freddy Krueger, you might be getting
some competition. At times, Shakespeare would kneel before the darker crystal and perform dramatic scenes about destiny and danger, only to be lightly zapped. Periwig was left smoking and complaining, and Thalia and Melpomene would muse about the experience in poetic and dramatic jest.
Upon the air, our will doth trip as though the world's unfair. A crystal tossed from some ill-tempered star, didst thou not bow, good sir, too low, too far? He spins, he reels, a prey right in dismay. Unbind. This shard of night creeps soft into the mind. It drinks the light where once his verses grew, and paints his joy and sorrow's deeper hue. Behold, his quill now trembles in the dark. Each funeral, each breath a mark. Shakespeare uttered, what light is this that bites mine eye in twain? I know this pen, yet know it now as pain. The stage I love doth warp to shadow. Not as once it seemed. Thalia said, oh, we'll return, turn jest to jest again. A pun may pierce through even deepest pain. Say alas not, say alas what fun, and let dark tragedy be. Strangely vast, each joy a ghost of joys forever past. If this be curse, yet in it lies my art, to carve the night and call it human heart. Thalia said, then let me laugh through tears I cannot hide. If tragedy must reign, I'll stand beside. Melpomene spoke, so be it rich when crystal meets the soul. It breaks yet broken, makes the fractured whole. For even joy when shattered by the night becomes a form of strange and deeper light. Thus laughter weeps, thus sorrow learns to sing, and every end becomes
Everyone agreed that the darker crystal was important. It didn't ask for thanks, and it didn't glow when they did well. It was blooding.
Don't you mean brooding? If it's bloating, it's time for tum-ta-tum-tum. Tums.
It was blooding, sentient, possibly resentful. Like a protective parent made of sorrow and angry gemstones, it watched. And whatever horror lurked outside the borders of their twisted little world hadn't come through. Not yet. But the darker crystal had started to flicker.
Probably fine, at least for me and my ambitions. You've taking over as host.
The female human's path once more aimed for the darker crystal, but this time she avoided it.
Gasped in shock, coffee tin divergence.
What could this mean?
Normal time started again, and as if a rerun, director Tibia shouted with authority, places everyone, the show's about to start.
The sarcophagus timepiece was 45 seconds away from striking midnight. Most of the undead were ready, and on the set, Shakespeare was practicing his soliloquy about revenge, resurrection, and gratings. Ghostly silver ethereal manacles clasped his wrist and then flickered out of sight as if they had appeared too early, pre-ending their cure, acting prematurely!
Shakespeare never noticed and paced back and forth in the dimly lit set, muttering to Periwig and Talia and Melpomene as if they were an audience of critics to haunt or not to haunt. That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the crypt to suffer the slings and arrows of mortal ratings, or to take arms against a sea of reviews and by opposing, die again. Shakespeare paused dramatically, glancing in a mirror, and then he adjusted periwig as if he was a true toupee and not some long ago discarded scrap of fur. And then Shakespeare spoke. The resurrection tempts me more than caffeine. I fear the likes of mortals do not comprehend the subtle artistry of a well-placed scream. He went over to his desk, picked up a quill and twirled it like a fencing foil, and then he stopped abruptly and frowned. Yet, something gnaws at me, he admitted, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper as if confessing a sin to his accessories. All these nights hosting horror movies, all these shrieks, these flickering candle-lit horrors, and yet he flailed vaguely at the stacks of dusty journals, skulls, and cursed trinkets surrounding him. Something's missing. Perhaps a friend, a nemesis, or a shadow that does not roll its eyes at me. Yes, yes, probably all of those and more. With renewed vigor, he swept his quill across a nearby parchment, smearing ink on his fingers like war paint. Revenge shall have its due. Resurrection shall have its stage and ratings. Well, they shall tremble before my darkly benzicled genius. He leaned back, surveying the room with an absurdly self-satisfied grin, only to sigh moments later as he noticed a tiny spider crawling across his shoulder. Is there anything for me beyond tales of the macabre? Perhaps not, no matter. As long as I am host, death has meaning.
I said, places people. The skeleton yelled. Don't make me move you. I'm a director, not a cart dolly. He yelled at the female human as she still handed out coffee. Once she rushed off, Director Tibia instructed Grimskull the Cyclops, who was still doing double duty, start with a close-up of Shakespeare and then pan out. He told everyone else, "We start in 5 seconds."
Shakespeare was prepared to deliver the iconic opening line when he noticed the ghostly silver ethereal manacles appeared on his wrists again. They were attached to a ball and chain of the same material. He wouldn't even have known they were there because they were so light if he hadn't eyeballed them. They faded in and out of his existence like a lighthouse beacon that abided in 2 realities. What is this? Shakespeare muttered to himself as he felt his Thespian dialect being drained from him by the manacles as if they were a linguistically starved succubus. A new prop. I will ask Bones. He turned to question the skeleton when Director Tibia yelled, "Action!" Shakespeare ignored the mystery and the subtle shift in speech. As the show must go on, he waited in silence as the opening theme song rolled out. The jingle hadn't been updated since its original debut in 1984.
Love the book, such eye-opening themes in George Orwell's 1984, like Big Brother is watching you.
War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. And my favorite, who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. Or in classic Outer Limits fashion, there is nothing wrong with your television. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are now controlling the transmission. We control the horizontal and the vertical. For the next hour or 2 or 3, we will control all that you see and hear. You are about to experience the awe and mystery, which reaches from the deepest inner mind to the outer limits. Now, back to the opening theme song.
Tales of the Macabre is a very spooky, kooky show, with host CoffinMaster Shakespeare presenting Under the Full Moon's Glow. Bring on the monsters, bring on the screams, bring on the B-movies, they're from your darkest, darkest dreams. Host with the most dead count, CoffinMaster Shakespeare. No finer bard of late night to awaken your fears. Bring on the monsters, bring on the screams, bring on the B-movies, they're from your darkest, darkest dreams. Tales of the Macabre, Tales of the Macabre, Tales of the Macabre.
Once the opening theme song ended, Shakespeare gleefully spoke, "Gather thee, spoils and jewels. Welcome to another Tales of the Macabre. I am your host, CoffinMaster William Shakespeare, and boy do I have a tale of woe for all of you. Woe, 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 your boat gently down the...
Excuse me? A ghoulish zombie woman dressed in an orange hoodie and red tights called out as she walked onto the set from stage right, as if she were lost.
Shakespeare was stunned into silence, for it was as if death himself, herself had joined the cast. Music played in sync with her every step, as if Cupid had tripped and fired every arrow at once, piercing Shakespeare's shriveled up heart.
I also hear the sweet, sweet music. I think I'm smitten, smited by love's also cruel and wondrous sword that pierces my heart. Love has run me through like an infatuated skewer full of chunks of pineapple and ham. I love pineapple. Or is it that I have fallen into love's crushing embrace? Either way, I'm a bit hungry now. I could eat this ghoulish woman all up, gobble her.
Clears throat.
Sorry, author/creator, but this delightful enchantress has derailed my very thoughts. I'll get back to the narration.
The ghoulish zombie woman, soft and fuzzy orange hoodie, clung to her decayed frame with the confidence of a woman who'd hosted many horror shows and narrowly dodged embalming. Atop his head, periwig's bubblegum popped as if it were Shakespeare's heart. Bursting with excitement, Shakespeare moved as if urged by a script to a crate of fake skulls where poor Yorick was conversing with his fellow props. Shakespeare grabbed a new quill and, overacting with flair, gasped like a banshee on opening night. Oh, wondrous vision, he whispered, clutching the cobwebbed quill. Only poor Yorick and his accessories heard his declaration as Shakespeare continued to whisper. A nightmare's corpse reborn, and mine heart's undoing.
Here every step echoed with haunted authority, as if she'd risen from the zombified comic book stacks to turn the living. He felt his centuries-old heart thump in a sonnet's rhythm, and right there among fog machines and fake blood, the bard of the undead fell hopelessly, poetically, horrifically in love. He immediately perked up, straightened his posture, slicked back periwig, smearing pink bubblegum across what was left of his hair, and puffed out his chest. Shakespeare opened his mouth to speak, but then doubt took over. Who could ever be interested in a has-been bard of late, late night?
As doubt dug in like a World War I, Zombie 1st Infantry Division, anger also arose along with curiosity, and so Shakespeare asked, "Who are you?" He added to murder his previous thoughts and longings as he looked over her outfit. Orange tights and red sneakers, you Velma wannabe. As Shakespeare further drowned his feelings, her medium-length blonde hair pulled back to pigtails, with chattering skull charm hair ties made him laugh, and he couldn't help but add jinkies.
I don't know who this Velma is, but I'm Dr. Paula Bearer. I'm ready to host Creature Fixture, though. She replied as she looked all around. The set looks a little different. Is someone playing a practical joke on me?
Host? Shakespeare questioned. He noticed the same ghostly silver ethereal manacles were clamped on her wrists, and a ball on the end of the chain floated behind her, just like his. At that very moment, their manacles broke out in poetic song in creepy chipmunk voices.
Everyone sing along!
Oh, William and Paula, so grim and so droll. You're connected to the show by a supernatural troll. These bracelets gleam with ghostly silver sheen, but their curse is the tackiest you ever see.
Remain as host if doom you truly adore. Your fates are sealed with tales and buckets of gore.
But if you're tired of stories so cheesy and gory, there's a way to end your most magnificent hosting story. Not fire, no blade, nor hex can melt or break these chains that rattle with every spine-chilling take. But get down for a boogie, a dance so cursed, so hustle-free that can unbind your souls with disco-funk hilarity.
Noddington, the majestic dance music with steady pulse and beats. Layered funky bass line, shimmering guitars and big lush string treats. No need to feel the groove, will change our parameters. For the curse be gone, hex fix, try a line dance for amateurs.
Do the Macarena, flail with disgrace, wiggle those hips, make a shameful face in front of a Blob, Grim Skull, Harry, Vlad, and Lil Boom Boo. Let the Latin pop groove completely possess both of you.
Ignore us, dismiss us, overlook us, and so you'll remain trapped forever in this spooky, kooky spectacle of eerie refrain.
But sway your limbs, jiggle your tush, and wiggle your big toe, and free yourself from the manacles of the tales of the Macabre show.
In other words, keep the manacles on and stay one with the program. Your social life is already a graveyard notice sent by telegram.
The TV show will never end, end. Break the curse and hey, maybe you can dig up a new friend.
With not even a half-second pause, life on the set immediately went on, as if ghostly silver ethereal manacles bursting out in poetic song, in creepy chipmunk voices were the norm. I was very distracted by the bad poem and the fast, high-pitched voices. Shakespeare told the ghoulish woman, and then he asked, "What did you say?"
Shakespeare really going to ignore the manacles? Talk about Sirot's a lot of the brain.
Shakespeare told her, I am the host with the most dead count, if you get my drift. And I do not share my stage hosting duties. He ordered, beat it, we are live. Not me, but the show. Bones, where is security?
Go with it, Shakespeare. Director Tibia encouraged him. Might bump us up a few points in the ratings.
I am going to bump off this female ghoul if someone does not remove her. Shakespeare threatened.
I also don't share hosting duties, but here I am. Paula told him in defiance. She noticed the manacles for the first time and tried to touch them, but her fingers went right through them and touched her grayish blue skin. She explained, they said I had to come out here and assist you with hosting, but I thought I would be hosting my show with my people. He asked, who is this they? Paula realized she was nowhere near. The creature fixture said his place was wrong, shadowed and cold, not filled with the affections of friendship, like the crypt of the Breakfast Club. The crew that stared at her from the studio floor wasn't her crew, who she adored as much as they adored her. Paula was alone. She knew it going into this bizarre hosting duty, but she hoped she was at least in a familiar place. For this messed up abduction slash work for no pay gig, all of that was bad enough. But before her stood a huffed and angry figure that looked like a corpse of William Shakespeare, his face pale and cracked as if carved from ancient skin. Eyes wild and voice booming like thunder in a tomb. Her first instinct shrieked for her to run, to flee from the mad specter and this strange nightmare realm. And none were so different from her familiar nightmare realm. But her legs betrayed her. She was scared stiff as a mummy in an undersized sarcophagus in the desert.
Walk like an Egyptian, or in this case, eye around like a mummy.
And the terror started to drag her mind into the pit of despair and helplessness. Paula wanted to shout, to screech her anxiety and horror, but she kept silent. She would at least keep her dignity, so she rooted herself to the spot. Her heart hammering like a frantic drum as doubt gnawed at her. Could she do this? Paula always had the support of her crew, but here she could only rely on herself. The
as a final girl situation. And she was in some reality horror movie with no script. She was alone, yes. Well, mostly alone. Paula did have her trusted matching skull hair ties, so she would not vanish without a fight. Paula found her courage and answered the one who could be her partner in this horrific experience. The best that I can describe is imagine a skull, but make it fashion. She decided to have fun with it and maybe calm herself along the way. So she explained they have skinless faces that look like someone dipped a Terminator in blueberry jam.
I'll be back.
Gave it bug eyes and whispered, now smile for the camera, baby. They're horrifying in that uncanny. Something's wrong with your face, but I can't say what kind of way. Basically, if your dentist ever looked like this, you've lost daily out of sheer terror. I believe you are talking about them, and not they. Shakespeare insisted. No, definitely more like they. Paula corrected him. Them are giant radioactive ants. You know, the movie where they... Oops, we nuked the land again. B-movie 1950 sci-fi horror. He shook his head slightly. Still not ringing a bell. Paula questioned, try this. Imagine if your backyard ant problem went to Chernobyl, lifted weights for 6 months, then came back with a grudge and a taste for human flesh. That's them. Them are enormous, googly-eyed, antenna-wiggling nightmares that sound like a Geiger counter trying to beatbox. You think something that big would have the decency to roar, but no, they only hiss like your grandma's busted pressure cooker.
And my grandma's extra pressure cooker, I can still hear the hiss. Love you, Grams.
Oh, Shakespeare continued to shake his head slightly, marveling at the one he couldn't get enough of, and yet wished would leave immediately.
Paula continued. Their hobbies include burrowing through the desert like hyperactive earthworms, kidnapping people into spooky nests, and showing up in time to make scientists in lab coats say things like, this is a job for the military. She paused and then continued. They are aliens, and them are. Think of it this way: in a world where the real alien invasion came not from Mars, but from your picnic basket, scaled up to kaiju proportions, and they don't want to phone home.
E.T. Phone home.
They want sugar, all of it. Shakespeare inquired, do you mean they live? You that's the movie, Paula uttered excitedly. Why are we talking about movies when I merely asked who the they you referred to were? Shakespeare questioned. I wasn't talking about movies. I love movies, but you're the one who brought them up. She insisted. I was describing what the mysterious group of beings look like that stole me away. I guess they do look like aliens from They Live Weird, huh?
None of this matters, Shakespeare said. I think it is time for you to leave, and I do mean vaporize from my sight.
What movie are we introducing? Paula questioned as she ignored his statement. Everything had been previously explained to her in a very dark and scary room surrounded by threatening voices.
She was able to glimpse their, these faces ever so often.
They told her she couldn't leave this place, not unless she was in a body bag, so she added, as if humor would help shrug off her fear, I haven't had a chance to read over the script.
There is no we, Shakespeare told her, putting a wall up between his fading longings and focusing on his rising ire. I host alone.
They are actually they, the horror and entertainment yard. As in graveyard, director Tibia corrected both of them.
More like totally horrific entertainment. Yikes. Shakespeare martyred under foul breath. They make movies that raise more than the dead. Now be so unkind as to remove.
Director Tibia informed him she will be staying. They want her here to help out a certain, how do I put it without making you cry?
Paula allowed humor to flow from her as a way to cope with her anxiety and the growing animosity between her and Shakespeare. And she stated, I can help out with that, not sure about the crying part though. She removed a note from her pocket and said they wanted me to pass this along. She paused and then read, once a charismatic figure known for his theatrical flair and silver tongue. The host with the most dead counts now lingers on the edge of death and performance. Paula motioned to Shakespeare and continued a revenant host trapped between curtain calls.
I am loving this day.
His flesh hangs in folds, waxen and pale, barely masking the charred bones beneath. Eyes once alight with showman's fire, now burn with cold, unnatural flame, casting flickers of greenish light as he speaks. The audience no longer cheers, they whisper, demanding his calling.
As I do.
They shudder, they remember. His voice, grappled by decay, echoes through abandoned halls and decrepit theaters, not through microphones, but as piece of his humanity. Paula paused and then muttered, humanity doesn't fit here. Oh well, she continued to read of someone else's life. She shifted her stance as she said, if Shakespeare does not agree, this is what the final act of his last show will be like. He does not bow, he will vanish in a swirl of ash and shadow, leaving behind only scorched velvet curtains and the scent of embalming fluid. Some say he still hosts, not on any known network, but on broken frequencies that bleed through static in the dead of night. Tune in and you might hear his closing line. We are all waiting for the last act. That is not my closing line, Shakespeare insisted. I have never said that in my entire undead life. Paula said, so in a cameo-y shell, they weren't sure you could hatchet it, get it, hatchet it. Oh, I can hatch it or hack it. Shall I demonstrate on you? Shakespeare questioned, and when she didn't respond, he turned to director Tibia and said, Bones, please remove this annoying creature.
I am a director, not a bouncer.
Shakespeare said, our budget does not allow for bouncers. Security, find someone who will escort her out. Maybe with a little shoving and pushing.
Stay in character. You flamboyant board will live. Director Tibia shouted through a small megaphone that magically appeared in his hand. Don't just stare at me all weepy-eyed. Introduce the movie.
Nowhere in my contract does it state that I have to share hosting duties. Shakespeare pointed out.
Your contract has been amended. Or haven't you noticed the subjugating manacles? The skeleton director questioned.
I had noticed them, but I did not have a chance to ask.
We have a group of new producers. Director Tibia explained. I believe they disemboweled the old ones, and they thought your show needed a female touch, so Paula will be co-hosting.
Not by choice, she muttered.
So, get over sharing and recite your lines. Director Tibia yelled, I did mention we are live!
I do not think there is a soul in here that is alive, but I understand what you mean. But still, there is nothing that can change
Each syllable drags a chain. Take a breath, you thespian show-off.
My mind. The manacles sent a charge of electricity through his body. You cannot torture me into submitting, Shakespeare insisted.
Could you die quieter? Some of us are trying to haunt in peace.
Electricity shot through his body again. In an announcer's voice. And now, on with the show.
Take your time, O Grandmaster of not finishing sentences, preferably in this century.
Current charge through periwig as Shakespeare looked into the camera on the tripod and restarted his intro.
Gather these spoils and drools. Welcome to another Tales of the Macabre.
Congratulations, you Elizabeth and Ghoul, you turned welcome into a tragedy.
I am your host, CoffinMaster William Shakespeare.
The grave yawns wider. Night itself loses interest.
And with me tonight,
Speak much faster, you undying blowhard.
is Dr. Paula Bearer.
She can operate on me anytime.
She waved at the camera.
The end delays itself thrust a quill in mine ear. This is an agonizing, endless nightmare.
When will this endless, infinite, boundless, limitless, everlasting, perpetual, ceaseless, continuous, non-stop, interminable, eternal, relentless, incessant, unrelenting, never-ending, timeless, unbroken nightmare end?
Sorry, in my suffering, I drowned you, my fiends, in a tidal wave of words.
But in my defense, suffering loves fiends, and all of you are now my very good fiends.
Our feature for tonight is a play in movie format. Romeo Dracula and Juliet Van Helsing. He smirked and then added, 2 star-crossed lovers and 1 moonlit tomb. Talk about a grave relationship.
I've got a better one.
Paula said,
2 star-crossed lovers, more like scar-crossed. Am I fried?
She elbowed him in the ribs and repeated,
Am I fried?
Listen to this one. Shakespeare said, wherefore art thou, Romeo? He cackled and answered, probably rotting somewhere Atlantic.
Paula said, it's a Romeo and golden evening, spoils and drools.
Do not ever use my catchphrase, he snipped.
To say, Paula replied, I'll keep that in mind.
Shakespeare said, a plague on both your houses.
Paula chimed in, as the new hosting experience didn't seem as bad. Darling,
You rang.
that's just the beginning of the fun.
She then said, parting is such sweet sorrow.
He interrupted, enjoying himself more than he could admit,
especially when you're missing a limb. Roll the film and end my
Chapter 3, the movie begins. Nightfall in Verona.
Chapter 3, the movie begins. Nightfall in Verona.
Two houses, both unloved and unholy, in foul Verona, where the life essence runs slowly. Prologue. In fair Verona, not as you know, where creatures thrive in neon's glow, and blood is currency below. The airs of hate prepare the show. From cursed cathedral to moonlit tomb, from shadow's edge to banquet room, this tale begins with rust and gloom, and two who flirt with certain doom.
Scene 1, the rift in the rising moon.
Scene 1, the rift in the rising moon.
Do we need scene breaks and chapters? Have we created a cursed theatrical mess where every chapter and scene break rises from the grave like a confused zombie wondering if it's scene 3 or chapter 6?
Scene 1, the rift in the rising moon.
Scene 1, the rift in the rising moon. The moon over Verona was no gentle orb of romance. It was a cracked fire orange eye glaring through clouds like an ancient stratus monster with a grudge. Arcane glyphs pulsed faintly across its surface, casting malevolent shadows on the city below. Once a jewel of Europe, Verona had since become a twilight fortress, caught between competing legacies of blood and flame. On opposite cliffs rose two towers, like dueling blades embedded in the earth. Castle Dracula on onyx glass spires and howling balconies, and Fortress Van Helsing, a sanctum of holy fire and iron. Between them stretched the rift, a gaping chasm where angels once fell, and only madness now bloomed. The city clung to labile shadows of these behemoths, and neon signs flickered over cracked cathedrals. Chimera taxis bled smoke into the sky. Ghouls shuffled past cyber gargoyles. Magic and machine had fused in grotesque harmony. This was Verona now, not a place for lovers, but a stage for monsters. The feast of unholy silence approached, a morbid masquerade commemorating the ancient truce between the Dracula clan and House Van Helsing. Signed in blood and betrayal, the truce held like a stitched wound, but the stitches were coming loose, and war hummed beneath the glamour and the grinning masks.
Scene 2,
The Undercryptarena. Scene 2. The Undercryptarena.
I swear to the 9 shadows, if we have to listen to one more vampire jazz band. Lucian Wolfbane gripped as his claws flexed inside worn leather gloves. He shoved his way through a crowd of mummies, banshees, and other monsters. He growled low, and his snout twitched as he sniffed the air. His golden eyes glinted beneath the brim of his war-scorched hat. Relax, Romeo Dracula said as he trailed behind with the elegance of a predator between kills. His armor was not forged, but summoned. And it pulsed with jet black veins that crawled beneath the skin. It was a living suit. His cloak rippled in the non-existent wind. It was lined with silk spun from the wings of blind cathedral spider bats. His one eye gleamed crimson, and the other black as a starless void. This place smells like wet fur and lost dreams. Vic Sparky Stein muttered as he ducked under a dripping archway. His massive frame rattled with each step as his metal plates groaned. A storm core buzzed within his chest, and the bolt in his neck fizzed every time he rolled his eyes. If I get electrocuted by another lich DJ, I'm suing. They entered the Undercryptarena. It was a former ossuator nightlife hub where death matches were held beneath bone chandeliers, and the drinks screamed when poured in the pit below. A were-rat and a revenant clawed at each other, while betting slips made of flesh passed between rogue bookies. Why do we even come here anymore? Romeo asked as he stared down without interest, running a clawed finger along the rim of a goblet. Lucian mauls someone, Vic shorts out, and I start brooding until someone begs me to kill them. It's a theme. Lucian cracked his knuckles, teeth flashing as he replied, "It's called tradition." Vic raised a brow as he added, "More like trauma." Lucian leaned in and said, "Tonight's different. Word is there'll be a Capulet spy in the crowd." Romeo perked up as his posture sharpened like a serpent sensing blood in the water, and then he questioned, "A Van Helsing?" Vic groaned and then replied, "Please, not everyone in a leather corset is an assassin, Romeo. Sometimes people just have hobbies, or an enchanted sewing machine spewing out cosplay costumes." Romeo felt a tingle, a pressure in the air. It was a vibration in the strings of fate. He stood and stared into the dark as his fingers tightened around the stem of the glass. And he whispered, "Something new is coming this night."
Commercial break number
Me best Ash, give me some sugar. Forget it,
As most bad ideas do, with a thunderclap and synth music that sounded like a haunted Casio keyboard. That was asked a 1980s mixtape hashtag Bill stood in the doorway of blood-splattered cabin. Is there any other kind of cabin? Hashtag Bill stood in the doorway of a blood-splattered cabin. One boot in a puddle of something green and squishy. The other tapping impatiently on the creaky floorboards. In one hand, he held his boom. Splatter! Boom, boom, cannon. In the other. No, not a weed whacker this time, but a paperback book. Must be before he lost his arm! Listen up, you backward boneheads! Hash grinned as his teeth gleamed under the flickering light of a dying bulb. I just finished reading this little page turner right here. Monster of Monster Series 1 Mortem's Basement Level Number 1 Mortem's opening. He held it up like it was a freshly bagged Cold Stone's ice head. And let me tell ya, this ain't your grandma's. Love you, Grams. Bedtime story, unless your grandma summoned 6-toed kittens and drinks blood martinis with skeletons on Tuesday. Yeah! Lightning flashed, and somewhere a cow mooed, which was probably unrelated to book. Now resting on a pedestal made entirely of fog and questionable pentagon-shaped puppy kibble, spun slowly while ominous laughter echoed from the walls. A few undead hipsters in scarves sipped ghostly lattes and watched from the shadows. And then, in a booming, overly dramatic voice that may or may not have been inside Hash's head, a narration kicked in. In a world where monsters roam underground basements and book titles are longer than Hash's attention span, one paperback dared to ask, what if horror was funny, the monsters were moody, and the apocalypse came with a side of sarcasm? Sounds like we're talking about tales from the CoffinMaster William Shakespeare series. I wonder if Monster of Monsters Series 1 Mortem's Basement Level Number 1 Mortem's opening is also funny. Sounds like it has lots of monsters. Hash flipped a page, nodding like he read something both about and deeply stupid. And then he said this thing's got more action than a boom. Splatter! Boom! Boom! Cannon at a coldest stun sights disco monsters. Check humor twisted enough to make my old possessed head look like a warm hug. Double check! After the parody, let's just say I felt personally spoofed. Triple check and a side of weed whacker oil. Of course, none of the following scenes were actually in the book, but Hash's brain rolled out a highlight reel anyway. A werewolf sobbing into a spilled espresso, a zombie trying to tell knock-knock jokes on stage and bombing worse than a cursed ventriloquist dummy, and a haunted vending machine that refused to vend anything except passive-aggressive notes. Critics said things like, wait, this is a real book. And I laughed, I screamed, I questioned my life choices. Hash announced, somehow holding a fake microphone he didn't have a moment ago. He winked and said, it's got all the classics, evil basements, question all life forms, and more pop culture references than a possessed VHS tape. And seriously, who names their monster Mortem? I don't think it's the name of the monster, but the name of the deadly game. And seriously, who names their monster Mortem and then opens the dang thing? Sounds like a Tuesday for me, or a Friday, depends on how many magical unicorn juices I've cracked open lately. He got serious, or at least Hash serious, which mostly meant he was still smirking, but at a slightly lower volume, he
was the last slice of pizza in a post-apocalyptic world and spoke monster of monsters. Mortem's opening it. It opened and stuff got weird. You'll laugh, you'll shriek, you'll probably spill your nacho. Don't waste it. Too many nachos to go. Don't waste a drop of the cheesy goodness. Not just that much.
Let's review some of those earlier lyrics. I was scream singing, don't waste. It's waste, but too many nachos can go to my waist. Don't waste a drop of the cheesy goodness.
Not your nachos.
He took a deep breath and looked directly at the metaphorical camera and added, "Buy it, read it, or Mortem might come knocking. And trust me, he don't knock politely." Once again, Mortem isn't the name of the monster. I don't think Hash read the book. Or maybe he only read every other word.
A disembodied voice rattled off a final warning, fast and legal sounding. Warning reading may cause spontaneous chuckling, sarcastic, mild confusion, and sudden fear of basements. Not responsible for monster-related hauntings or hash impersonations. Hash revved his weed whacker, one-handed, resting the book on his hip, and said, "Snazzy, now get the book or I'll come back and read it to you. And trust me, I do voices." A final flash of lightning struck the sky as everything went black and bold letters blazed across the void. Monster, ornaments opening now, or maybe yesterday. Time is a flick, she's a sucker. Kristie, Lynn, Higgins,
A classic returns. It all began in 1972.
Wait, what? I thought Joss Nato was celebrating 550 years. Rewrite in progress.
In the summer that was definitely 1972 and not 1975.
Got it, my bad. But I think I'm still correct.
In the summer that should have been ordinary, the skies had already darkened before anyone realized. The storm had learned new tricks. It had begun with a storm-crazed weatherman. He was bug-eyed, sleep-starved, and far too confident in his wind-based elemental magic as he tried to teach a tornado how to fetch. What he summoned instead was Jaws! He wasn't your average skyborn, magic-spun hybrid sea monster. Jaws Naito was a living cyclone with dozens of whirling carnival rides, circular saw teeth spinning and bobbing along his massive upper jaw like targets in a shooting gallery. Rows upon rows of those
nose buzzing, snarling teeth filled his enormous mouth. As his temper wagged behind him like a gleeful shark dog tail made of a storm cloud and spite. His pupils churned like twin cyclones, swirling with wild, puppy-peril joy. And his long, drooling tongue flopped from his maw as he rode the winds. He needed no vehicle to hang his head out the window. He was the window. And the storm, and the sky-born predator with an eager pant and a destructive streak. Highways twisted under him as he barreled across the land, chasing trucks and mailmen with the enthusiasm of a weather-born hound from hell. Herds of heifers had been lifted, flipped, and flung as cow tipping became cow launching in his roaring wake. And though he never swam, he had risen into an impressive waterspout as lakes trembled at his approach. Everywhere he went, sirens wailed, clouds curled into spirals, windshields rattled like teeth in the dark. And somewhere deep inside the gale, next to Dorothy and Toto, beneath the roar of destruction, you could hear it. Jaws! Nay! Dow! Panting happily, just a very good boy born from very, very bad weather! This summer, no forecast could save you. No radar could warn you. No leash could hold him. Jaws! Nay! Dow! Tearing through a drive-in near you.
Seen through Juliet's stripes. Seen through Juliet's stripes. Earlier. Across town, in the drowned remains of old Verona, Juliet Van Helsing descended upon her prey like judgment, clad in fitted black armor, etched with glowing holy runes. She dropped from a rusted rooftop into a nest of thralls guarding a blood den disguised as a night spa. Her twin daggers, dawn piercer and mercy, shimmered as they slashed through unholy flesh. Screams were cut short and ash filled the air.
Sits down, she called out, stepping over a twitching torso. Gabrielle, you're slacking. Gabrielle Van Helsing, her cousin, moved with robotic precision. Her eye implant flickered red as she reloaded a triple bolt into her odd crossbow. I'm saving my shots for someone who bleeds.
A thrall charged, and then Buffina Summers, with gum in her mouth, snapped her silver broad across its jaw. The impact sang like a choir of church bells. And then she told them, "You two are the worst that girls know." hair was thick with perfume, incense, and memory. The shrieks from the pit below had softened into a singing song as he stared into his goblet.
The blood inside was vintage, bottled from the last witch king of Prague, and it was still warm and screeching. A violin note fluttered behind him, and with it something approached with no footsteps and no breath. The phantom emerged from the velvet shadows. He was a man of half masks and fractured souls.
His voice was stitched from lullabies and wails, and the scent of forgotten roses followed him like a curse as he asked, "You feel it too, don't you?" Romeo didn't look up as he spoke. Something is coming, or someone.
The phantom nodded and then stated, "Fate tunes its strings in minor keys, and your melody, young prince, is a requiem."
With a swirl of smoke and song, the phantom vanished.
Commercial break number 2. Commercial break number 2. And because one commercial isn't enough to ruin, I mean make your night, here's another book ad. Did I ever mention it's free? Me, best Mel Gibson, as Mad Max from Mad Max 1979. Might I add, a roaring fuel-soaked fever dream of chaos that redefined action cinema and never hit the brakes. It's a voice with a restrained, almost emotionless tone, reflecting the character's trauma and internal detachment. I'm Angry Andy. And the world ended. But it didn't burn. Nah, it dimmed and faded like a dying flashlight in a broken down rig. The governments, gone, never existed. Took their flags and their lives with them. Even though they never existed in this book, they left the ruins to the real power, the corporations who were cold, ruthless, and yet still very profitable. I've seen it with my own eyes, a planet carved up by suits and high towers and mercs with cold eyes, half the world scorched in light, and the other half buried in eternal night. And that's where she ran, the legal assassin. In shades of gray, #1 noir city shrouded by darkness. The law was inked in contracts, and death was delivered on time. The sun never rose over noir, but the action sure did explosions. Betrayals to women caught between revenge, justice, and survival in a place where morals don't shine and shadows pay in cash. I've driven through war zones and eaten canned tarantulas for breakfast. But this story, it had me hooked like fuel in the wasteland. Read shades of gray, #1 noir. City shrouded by darkness, guns. Contracts, eternal night. The sun may have set forever, but the fight didn't. Kristie, Lynn, Higgins.com.
Scene 5. The invitation. Scene 5. The invitation.
Above the city, the sky tore with shrieks as a fleet of mechanical bats sighed through the smog, thick heavens, leaving behind contrails of violet fire. Their wings were stitched from silver filigree and spell wax, and once they reached their destination, their hollow gear-driven bellies opened in unison. A black shape tumbled earthward from each one, and it was no mere paper, but a missive crafted from jinxed parchment, sealed with wax rendered from puppy tears, griffin ash, and something unspeakable. The wax bore sigils etched in blood from both rival houses, Van Helsing and Dracula, fused by ancient, reluctant magic. They fell like dying stars, and at first it was only hundreds. But as time passed, it became thousands that littered the sky. The city seemed to hold its breath.
One fled down through the gaslight haze and circled the rooftop like a vulture descending. Juliet. Then Helsing stood alone atop the gable roof of the House of Slayers.
A knife, his dead silhouette cut through the shadows as the wind howled against her cloak.
The Inquisition curled and twisted midair as if resisting her touch, but she managed to snatch it.
The invitation hissed in her hand, and smoke curled from her palm as the jinxed parchment reacted to the sacred oils and alchemical salt still stained in her skin. It writhed once like a serpent unwilling to die, and her fingers tightened, but she didn't flinch. The steaming paper left the scent of scorched lilies and silver in the air.
Miles away in the ruins of St. Syphilis, where ivy grew like veins across the bones of the ancient cathedral. Romeo, Dracula stood among shadows, mist clung to him like morning cloth as another bat wheeled down.
Its mechanical cry echoing off the broken stone.
The invitation didn't drift, but it darted and better itself in the air before him as if nailed to the wind. He reached for it, and as his hand closed around the black envelope, it began to bleed.
Slow at first, but then thick and pulsing like it recognized him or resented him. The blood was old and cold, he gripped between his fingers in long threads, disappearing
right before it struck the ground. His nails blackened as the sigils pulsed against his flesh, eager to awaken what he had buried. Bob and both, high in the ruined steeple of the cathedral, where no bell had rung in 500 years, sound exploded. The fractured bell told a hollow, jagged cry that shook snow from the rafters and sent flocks of crows fleeing in spiral end. Each chime ran like the spirit of scoffing thrust till the broken, calling all who heard it to witness and gather. From the sewers to the spires, monsters and slayers alike turned toward the sound. The grand masquerade had begun, and with it, the dance of ruin creaked into motion. Not with music, but with the grinding of ancient gears and the slow, inevitable closing of a trap centuries in the making. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. The monster raid massacre. Mask thy face and sheath thy fangs. Make candeliers with dangered hands. Let music play and goblets clink as fates collide and monsters think.
C6 Queen Morbella, the Thirstless Part 1. C6 Queen Morbella, the Thirstless Part.
The grand masquerade was held within the sanctum, nocturnal neutral sanctum, built atop the fossilized bones of Verona's first vampire queen. Queen Morbella, the basilisk spike column was still visible beneath the volcanic glass floor, glowing faintly like a buried constellation. This was neutral ground. In theory, Merla the fragile peace where no blood could be spilled. Officially, outside, cloaked carriages clattered over cobblestones, cyber horses stamped iron hoof, and the breath hissed in clouds of steam and sulfur. A hunchbacked automaton, cracked in moth-eaten crushed velvet, greeted the guests in a voice like a drowning gramophone. Welcome, damned and divine. Shake your fangs and vendettas at the door.
Inside the masquerade bloomed like a rotted rose. The air shimmered with incense and ozone, thick with the scent of grave flowers, burning myrrh, blood perfume, and a cloying sweetness like candy left in a coffin.
Harpsichords were led with digital synthesizer,
Casting fractured melodies that crawled up the columns like vines. Chandeliers forged from haunted crystal pulsed faintly in time with the guest's heartbeats, or the memory of them.
When tensions rose, the chandeliers dimmed, and when rage sparked, they fled. It was less illumination than emotional surveillance.
show. A dapper ghoul attempted the tango with a vampire in hover heel.
At least one skeletal noble was doing the worm with commitment, if not coordination. Romeo Dracula entered the masquerade like a shadow on two legs, his mask forged from dragon bone and enchanted glass obscured half his face in flickering illusions.
Fangs, tears, and fire.
He wore black on black threaded with starlight woven into the fabric, and his cape whispered as he moved, a language spoken only by darkness. Behind him, big Sparky Stein lumbered in a golden tunic stitched with crude lightning bolts. His mask was a dented grill of chainmail slid down over one glowing eye.
Lucian Wolfbane slicked back and reluctantly leashed by diplomacy wore a muzzle not as fashion but as a requirement.
His coat patched with claw marks and gunpowder burns gave him the air of a bouncer at a werewolf opera. Can't believe we're mingling with slayers.
Lucian snarled, I smell garlic, righteousness, and unresolved parental trauma.
Plain ice, Romeo said coolly. It's diplomacy like brunch, but with more knives.
If brunch had 12 crossbows and existential dread,
Vic added, grabbing an electric eel mimosa from a floating tray.
anyway, if we die, I call your shoes.
Across the ballroom, Juliet Van Helsing entered beneath the arch of the blood chalice fountain, whose waters ran red with enchanted wine. She wore a crimson gown made of liquid armor that clung like a second skin and shimmered with shifting patterns of slayer sigils.
Her mask, sculpted from mirrored glass, reflected everything but her face, warping the word with every glance.
No turning back now, she murmured. Behind her, Buffina Summers strutted in a high-slit tactical ball gown, and she disguised stakes as hairpins. Gabrielle Van Helsing wore minimalist formal wear that turned into a full-oiled exosuit if she flexed wrong. Her earrings were grenades, and her necklace was a stake.
You sure about this?
Buffina asked as she scanned the crowd.
I count 8 vamps, 3 maybe ghosts, and 1 guy whose date is embalmed.
This Prince Summertep, Juliet said he tried to marry Antonina once, and she turned him into a tea set.
I guess he got over it.
Gabrielle's eyes scanned the upper balconies, and she froze as she said, "Target acquired."
Check out the balcony. He's alone and brooding.
You'll love him,
Juliet looked up, and the world slowed. Romeo, Dracula was backlit by hellish candlelight, and framed by archways carved from wyvern rib cages. His red and black gaze sliced across the room, and his lips herald the ghost of a smirk.
The moment was terrible and exquisite as Juliet felt her pulse flutter like a trapped moth.
Every part of her training screamed danger, but something older murmured, "Destiny!"
It's him, Buffina whispered. That's Dracula's little heartbreaker.
He's either flirting with you or deciding which part to bite first.
Either way, Juliet said as she smoothed her fan.
I'm going in.
The crowd parted like a dream unraveling as Juliet ascended to the balcony.
Crowd parted like a dream, unraveling as Juliet ascended to the balcony.
Her heels clicked softly on the bone. In late steps, Romeo turned to face her slowly, like a predator acknowledging an equal.
You're not from my house, he said, voice low, velvet, wrapped in steel. And you're not from mine, she replied, her smile curving like a blaze, and that delicious. She drew closer, close enough to feel the chill of his presence. It was an uncanny night, like standing beside a glacier, sculpted into the form of a man. What's your name, stranger? Call me misfortune, she said.
She said,
What's your name, stranger? Call me misfortune, she said.
Chapter 5. Chapter 5. An unexpected twist. TARDIS Studio.
the soundstage.
The movie dropped to black, and the set of tales of the Macabre reappeared. No one was there, so the camera on the tripod panned until it rested on the two hosts in the distance. Oh, I think I get it. This is a sneak attack. They are diabolical. I'll be rooting for them. And I do mean Shakespeare and Paula, like a silver-maned boar, rooting for truffles before devouring them in one go. Outside the break room. Outside the break room, CoffinMaster William Shakespeare and Dr. Paula Bearer were standing around a water cooler. Each of them had a cone-shaped paper cup in hand, hydrating as an octopus floated inside the 5-gallon water jug, eavesdropping on them. Interesting fact. TARDIS Studio picked up this water cooler very cheaply. Chuck Thulu had a small quirk. It's Quirk, not the bartender on Star Trek's Deep Space Nine. Chuck Thulu had a small quirk. You know how you remove the cap of the spigot on the 5-gallon jug and turn it upside down into the reservoir? Well, this water cooler is a little weird. The 5-gallon jug sits upright on the reservoir with the cap on and spigot pointed up, and somehow the water goes in. It's all a mystery, along with how the jug never has to be replaced or refilled. Could the octopus have something to do with the water never running out? I don't even want to think about it, though. Chuck Thulu is a perfect fit for TARDIS Studio. The crew also received the free female octopus, which they named Hydrokraken. Chuck Thulu and Hydrokraken. It has a nice ring to it, like H.P. Lovecraft had a hand, or even better, a fountain pen in their naming.
I do not understand. Shakespeare stated as his Thespian dialect was still detained by the ghostly silver ethereal manacles. So you are telling me it was never, Luke, I am your father. I could swear it is Luke, I am your father.
I can remember staring at the screen and hearing, Luke, I am your father.
Paula told him, finding it was nice to talk to someone who seemed to have the same interest as her. The actual quote is, "No, I am your father."
I am sure it was Luke. Shakespeare insisted as they faced one another with only the water cooler and the very interested octopus separating them.
I have talked with other fans, and they also have quoted it as Luke.
I also remember it as Luke, I am your father. Is Paula yanking his chain? Maybe a prelude to the old ball and chain.
It's called false memory, confabulation, or the misinformation effect.
Paula told Shakespeare.
Sounds like collective false memory or Mandela effect. Wonder why she didn't call it one of those. Everyone knows those names.
Shakespeare stated, I have never heard of these effects.
Correction. Everyone knows those names, except for maybe the thespian boob.
Let me try to explain it this way. I'll illustrate it like I'm telling you a spooky bedtime story with a twist of cosmic absurdity.
Paula took a drink of the swamp-colored water and began. Once upon a time, in a dimension almost exactly like ours, everything was the same. Same history, same people, and the same embarrassing high school photos.
I thought I had expunged all of mine off of the internet. A ghost in the machine, my digital echoes. I'd better check.
Everything was the same except for one tiny thing. In the second Star Wars movie, The Empire Strikes Back, Darth Vader did say, "Luke, I am your father."
But then, something went wrong. Maybe a scientist sneezed while colliding atoms in a particle accelerator. Maybe a time traveler stepped on a butterfly and tripped over their grandfather. Or caused a boulder to fall on a T-Rex and smoosh.
Sweet Paula! I jumped! So scared that happened to me once! I hate boulders! Especially the ones all aflame! It was so deflating! I was flat as the rook of smothering monster! It was a whole year before I inflated back to my original shape! Paula told Shakespeare, or maybe,
Just maybe. The universe is run by a chaotic raccoon who likes to hit the randomize button on reality when it gets bored.
suddenly, you wake up in this timeline, a nearly perfect copy of your own. But now, Darth Vader says, "No, I am your father." The Monopoly Man has no monocle, and Pikachu's tail never had that black tip. You scream, but no one understands. They laugh and say, "You've always remembered it wrong!" Paula threw her half-full paper cup over her shoulder, hitting the female human assistant in the eye, grabbed his shoulders, and got real close to his corpse face as she stated, "But deep down in your soul and your parallel universe memory, you know they're wrong." She shook him and said,
"You remember it differently."
He uttered, "Jinkies."
Pikachu has a tail. What? Next you're gonna tell me Charizard isn't a dragon type?
Paula shook Shakespeare hard as she yelled, "You're either losing your mind, or you slipped timelines during that weird nap you took way back in 1972. I'm talking about you've been time displaced. So instead of being in the late 1990s hosting your show, you've been flung about 5¼ centuries into the future. You have no idea you're there. People talk of events and technology you have never heard of, and you try to question it, but something always interrupts your questions, so it never comes to light until it's too late to do anything about it." Out of breath, Paula paused, inhaled deeply, and continued. "So now you wander the world, haunted by logos that changed without warning, misquoted movie lines, and childhood books that never existed, like a paranoid detective in a world full of slightly off-brand everything."
I'm starting to understand. Something similar happened to me. Berenstain Bears. As an adult child, I loved the Berenstain Bears. I lifted my skull-shaped stein to them nearly every day. But then people started telling me the name has always been Berenstain Bears. I told them it couldn't be true. Who wants to read a book or watch a commercial about bears with a staining problem? Enjoy the go.
Paula said, "So in short, the collective false memory is what happens when the universe gaslights you. And it's hilarious until you realize the Fruit of the Loom logo never had a cornucopia.
Shakespeare told her.
I go commando.
TMI, Paula said, as she released his shoulders and took 2 steps back.
Dum, 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 dum. Time for a touch of Frankenstein engineering. Dum, 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 dum. Stitching music together.
Shakespeare stared at her for a long time, mouth gaping. And then he finally said,
"Wait one moment. The Monopoly man has no monocle. Say it ain't so."
Shakespeare. Director Tibia whispered, and when ignored, he yelled, "Shakespeare, you're live!"
Hold up, this song needs a few extra bolts.
Shakespeare and Paula turned to the camera, which was right in front of them.
The set had 2 cameras. One was on the rusty tripod, which was still at its spot filming them.
And the other was a shoulder-mounted camera which was wielded by a camera faun who had finally arrived after being stuck in midnight traffic and was filming them also. Shakespeare and Paula stared into the lens, shocked and perplexed. As the camera faun came very close, they didn't know what to say or how to act. "Say something!" Director Tibia shouted!
Nearly there.
The movie cannot be over, Shakespeare stated. We are not due to speak again until after the movie has ended.
Director Tibia said, "The new producers loved the banter between you 2 in the beginning and thought we should insert you 2 randomly throughout the movie. And they also mentioned something about keeping you 2 on your bunny toes."
Dum, 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 dum. Tuck, tuck, ba-dump. Tuck, tuck, ba-dump. Bunny toes. It's bony toes. Unless you like hopping horrifically around. Ba-dump, tuck, tuck. Ba-dump, tuck, tuck.
And they also mentioned something about keeping you 2 on your bunny toes.
Maybe she is saying Bonnie, as in my Bonnie lies over the ocean.
And before you ask, you can't resist. Resistance is futile.
Do you not mean struggle only delays the rot? Shakespeare muttered, and then he complained, "I have no lines. It takes me an entire week with a grave full of writers to come up with my lines for the beginning and the end. How am I supposed to ad-lib? I tried to improvise once, but every line came out moaned and half-decayed. It turns out rigor mortis is not great for timing." Foxie Bat, a tiny female red fox with bat wings, flew in and hovered in front of Director Tibia and squeaked, and he relayed the message. "Throw out some quick-witted lines about Romeo and Juliet. They can be terrible, and once that is done, you'll have until the next break to come up with some twistedly good lines." Director Tibia motioned to their ghostly silver ethereal manacles as he added, "Unless you 2 want to get electrocuted with 1,000 volts and end up as walking nightlights with attitude, you better do as they instruct."
This melody's getting experimentally enhanced.
Cut! Curse it! Shakespeare shouted in a wisp of a whisper, the harbingers of eternal Yules! You have become the insufferable bane of my existence!
Shakespeare turned back to the camera fawn and stared blankly at the lens as a kind of stage fright attacked him. He closed his eyes, entering his mind to find the courage that he knew was trembling within him. He thought to himself, I am the theatrical, undead master of ceremonies, who is supposed to deliver a grand, spooky monologue to the camera. But
Shakespeare imagined a dim candlelight flickering over stone walls. A single camera stood before a moss-covered coffin. Fog slithered across the floor as he entered, clad in tattered ruffled garb. Face pale, eyes sunken, he stepped into the spotlight, his tomb away from tomb in times of panic!
Or randomly inserted in the story. Though I did like how the author/creator wrote it out for the start of this tale.
in times of panic, his Elizabethan English was thick, and he delivered a chilling, eloquent monologue, Ye Old Midnight Macabre!
What's that, a cow on a corncob motorcycle?
Ye Old Midnight Macabre! Shakespeare opened his eyes. He knew he could do this. The time was nigh. Everyone was depending on him. Even Paula, who wore the sexy... Focus! Not on Paula's irresistible outfit, or any interest he might have in her as a ghoulish zombie woman, but on the danger they were in. The ghostly silver ethereal manacles relaxed and gave back what once was stolen. And the cursed tongue of old flowed.
The camera's gaze doth burn like Cerberus' own stare. Shakespeare declared in his thoughts as he lifted one arm as if beseeching the heavens. Why speakest thou not, tongue? What villainous grip hath stolen my voice? I stand a ghoul with naught but silence dripping from his jaw. He took a few steps forward, drawing closer to his audience, and the camera found and questioned, dost thou hear it, that infernal red eye, blinking like a devilish imp whispering, go on, then embarrass thyself before all of your ghostly audience. Shakespeare motioned to his legs as he thought, yelled, oh fie, my knees do tremble as though haunted by the ghost of Hamlet's uncle. Curse these cursed breeches, tight as a miser's fist and thrice as unkind to mine lines. He turned his attention back to the audience and declared, good morrow, ye children of dusk and dread, ye spoils and rules, no Nate is too much, they shall laugh, they shall mock. Even the skeletons in the prop bin will titter behind their mandibles. Shakespeare Shakespeare dramatically turned and quickly walked 10 paces away from Paula and the camera fawn, and then he turned and pointed at the lens. Look yonder, the camera blinks again. Mayhap 'tis a cyclonean orb sent from Hades to witness my eternal shame. Speak, fool, ere it consumes thy soul entire, or mayhap, if I hold still enough, they'll think I've perished. Yes, an elegant ruse. Oh, look, they'll say, I am expired mid-scene. How poetic, how strangely, nay, Shakespeare is melting down right before me. I can't believe it. I have waited an eternity for this very moment. Thespian boob is getting his comeuppance. Ooh,
A pox upon mine coward's heart. Shakespeare continued as he thumped his chest with his fist.
I am become what I mock, a trembling shade, afraid of its echo.
Speak, speak, lest thy soul be booted from the guild of Macabre, and demoted to a mere candle snuffer.
He paused and then took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
And then he said, yes, yes. A syllable escapes.
We live again, though I sound more like a dying goose than a dark poet. It counts.
Let the fright flow now, O muses of mildew and melodrama. Thy humble corpse is ready. While he monologued it in his mind, Paula walked over to him as the set became a roaming set. When he finally stopped, she nudged him and whispered, you're just standing there with your hand up in the air. Say something.
Shakespeare cleared his throat and spoke, not in his mind.
At first encounter, love did swift arrive.
His voice cracked, so he repeated with actor bravado.
At first encounter, love did swift arise.
Act the fifth, cold death did close their eyes.
What haste is this, from courtship to the grave? A fleeting jest the fates full cruel gave.
She stared at him, not knowing what to say. Shakespeare found inspiration with her by his side.
So he winked at her and said, Juliet took her draught, Romeo his poison, and I took Pop de Maze to watch their doleful parting.
He waited for her to say something, and then he added,
Come, sweet Paula, the unquieted did wait or seem. Right, she said as she smiled, but soft, what light through yonder graveyard breaks.
Paula let out a long sigh, releasing all her pinned up tension, and then she asked, Juliet, Juliet,
Why so grave?
O fair Verona, thou art quite decomposed this time of night. He added,
What's in a name? She questioned. That which we call a corpse by any other name would still rot.
Set the shadow play in motion, Shakespeare commanded.
We have our quills and thoughts must needs be penned.
Yes! Paula agreed, roll the film. We have limes to write.
Chapter 6, Call Me Misfortune! Chapter 6, Call Me Misfortune! Not padding, I'm bad for a recovery, but I was so rooting for maybe next time they will catch. Oh, Sparks. Not a lot, and Paula, my new dream date off guard, or maybe humiliate them in some way. I'm good with both as long as Paula comes running to my arms and Shakespeare is left fired and destitute. Somewhere I can watch like a rebooted Goosebumps series starring Nicolas Cage as Little Bunny Foo-Foo.
Nicolas Cage was little bunny foo-foo, hopping through the graveyard in a blood-red tutu, scooping up the zombies and bopping them on the head. Eyes wide open, scream, the bunnies must be fed! Moonlight cracking, carrots turning black, tiny rabbit footsteps and they're never coming back. Not the bees, he whispers from a hole beneath the trees. Then the bunny starts to laugh in 27 keys.
And now live from New York, it's Saturday night. Live from New York, it's Saturday night.
What are you saying? It's not Saturday. Well, I'm right once every 7 days, or once every 10 days on Jupiter. How did I come by the 10-day theory for Jupiter? I'm so glad you asked. You didn't ask, Mummy's got it handled. Such a scary lady, let me explain. Not about my mom, best not to speak about her too often. I might summon her here. First you need to understand Jupiter's basics. One Jupiter day rotation, about 5.9 Earth hours. See, I'm so smart. One Jupiter year orbit, about 11.86 Earth years, around 4.332 Earth days. I meme 4,332 Earth days. Dum 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 ba-dum dum ba-dum. See, I'm so smart times 2, so very smart. See, I'm so smart times 2, so very smart. Or maybe I hired a gremlin with a calculator. A Jupiter day is very short and a Jupiter year is very long. Imagine waiting for Christmas on Jupiter or summer vacation
practical-based 10-day week. I prefer round numbers, at least right at this moment. Like 10 for ease of math and scheduling. So I divided Jupiter's calendar into weeks of 10 Jovian days. I thought about calling them narrator days or by my real name, but I settled on Jovian. 10 Jovian days equals about 4.1 Earth days. A 10-day week feels practical, math-friendly, and aligns with how humans created the metric system. So now we need some new days. Solar Day is a bright banal-chatted day named after the sun, ideal for beginnings or celebrations. Verdantine, inspired by nature and growth, can be a calm, restful day, like a blend of Sunday and Earth Day. Duskmorn is a poetic name that blends dusk and morning, suggesting a transitional or reflective period. Zephyra is a light, airy name, evoking the wind and creativity. And now, back to what I was saying. And now, live from New York, it's Saturday night. Live from New York, it's Saturday night.
Scene 6, Queen, more Bella, the Thirstless, Part 2.
Scene 6, Queen, more Bella, the Thirstless, Part 2.
What's your name, masked angel? Romeo asked.
Call me Misfortune, Juliet replied.
Then I am ruin, he murmured and offered his gloved hand.
Their fingers touched, and Juliet expected his grasp to be frosty, but what she felt was worse. It was warm, not like a human, but buried deep as if his unbeating heart was seeping through.
It terrified her, and her mind churned with many thoughts.
He's the enemy. He's beautiful. He should be Ash. I want to kiss him. I want to kill him. I want...
A sound distracted her. It wasn't from them. Not yet. A scream split the ballroom. The music stopped. The lights dimmed.
Mr. Hyde, uninvited, unhinged, and chemically damned, crashed through a stained glass mural, riding a cyber chimera, stitched from panther, vulture, something screaming, cruise this forever.
Hype bellowed as he hurled a barrel of explosive
sprang she, and tossed her to safety, then drew a rapier, forged from dark matter.
You move well.
Juliet breathlessly told him.
You flirt better, Romeo spoke through a fanged brill.
I'd let it. Juliet tossed Romeo a vial of liquid silver, and Romeo sliced it midair with his sword.
The mist enveloped hide, and his scream curdled into choking coughs as his muscles shrank and bones cracked. Hide collapsed into a puddle of sludge.
Silence followed,
and then a pause.
It was awkward, but it was real applause. Romeo and Juliet were pleased at first,
but then from the rafters a figure clapped with slow menace, drowning out the applause.
Countess Bride appeared, wrapped in mourning silks and lightning scars.
Interesting, she said, her voice dripping charm and venom.
Dracula and Van Helsing dancing through doom. What a twist!
Romeo
froze and turned pale beneath her mask. They knew. They all knew.
Juliet ran,
and Romeo didn't follow. Not yet. Scene 7. Stirring within an undead heart. Scene 7. Stirring within an undead heart. Later, beneath the gargoyles of the cathedral rooftop, Romeo found something caught on a thorned cross. It fluttered in the night wind, like a wounded dove. It was a handkerchief, delicate as lace and faintly stained with the scent of lavender and iron, and it was monogrammed with the Van Helsing sigil of 2 interlocking stakes, stitched in silver thread.
he held it in gloved fingers, and it burned like sunlight. His first instinct was to drop it and let it fall into the abyss below.
With the rain and the city's distant breath, but he didn't, his grip tightened instead, even as the silver vista against his palm, blistering the undead flag.
Beneath his leather brow, his heart long thought dead twitched not with pain, but with memory, and whispered, Juliet.
He had seen her only once before, beneath the crimson moon. When blood mist veiled the battlefield of Black Hollow, she moved, like rage and grace carved into vengeance, as her eyes were lit with the holy fury of her cursed lineage. Her blade had sung with fire, and her presence had silenced something feral in him. And, for a moment, he had forgotten he was supposed to kill her.
Should have been nothing but a threat, a name passed down from his forebears, like a warning in the dark. A Van Helsing was not a woman, a Van Helsing was a war. And yet this handkerchief, this small, absurd token of her existence, sent something splintering through him, not weakness and not desire, but something more damning. It was curiosity, longing, and hope. He turned his face to the stone saints, perched beside him as rain dripped from their mouths like frozen tears. And he whispered, "You mock me."
She is sunlight, and I am shadow. She was raised to end me.
Even with these thoughts echoing through his mind, Romeo could not stop thinking of her.
How her breath had fogged in the cold air, how her lips had parted before she struck, how her eyes, those fierce, beautiful eyes, had looked straight through his monstrosity, and for a breathless pause in forever had seemed sad, as if she too was tired of centuries of blood feud. And maybe in another life she might have smiled at him, somewhere deep within him.
A war stirred, not the kind that spilled blood and destruction on battlefields, but the kind that split the soul. He tucked the handkerchief inside his coat, close to his beating heart, then turned away from the cross.
Enemies,
But something older than hatred now whispered between them,
And he was beginning to wonder if love was not the opposite of war, but its truest form. What was he to do?
should he bring death to her and all her kind? Or was there something between them that he should want? Something that should never be. Should he bring death to her and all her kind? Or was there something between them that he should want? Something that should never be.
He was beginning to wonder if love was not the opposite of war, but its truest form.
Chapter 7, Behind the Screens, Tales of the Macabre.
Chapter 7, behind the screens, tales of the macabre. Cruise Bud Light, Mr. Tom was the camera fawn. Mr. Thomas had the gentle eyes and the soft, thoughtful voice his wife adored. But years behind the lens of the supernatural left traces of shadow under his brows. He was clad in a thick blue woolen scarf and matching earmuffs that were more like fuzzy donuts that allowed his ears to poke through his goat legs, along with rubber goat shoes. Made him surprisingly silent on creaky wooden sets and concrete floors. They were especially designed for sneaking up on or away from the unknown. Mr. Tom had never hosted or spoken on camera. He was offered the job to host a paranormal investigation series called Into the Hollow. But he preferred to stay behind the camera, and everyone on the crew knew he saw more than the lens did. He carried panel vision. It was a custom gift. Whisper quiet camera etched with protective runes and old Barney and sigils. Panel vision was originally crafted by Mr. Thomas' father-in-law. It was lightweight, enchanted, and moss-resistant. It captured every mythical moment in 4K Fay resolution. Some claim the lens could see through glamours, though official phonography guilds denied it. Since Mr. Thomas became the owner of Panel Vision, it updated itself, and it had a spontaneous jump scare filter. It also randomly inserted images of red yarn playing with kittens and puppies chasing their tails backward. It had a pop culture detection lens that highlighted anything vaguely resembling Naughty Nervy's horror references or vintage VCD covers. It had a scream counter that kept track of how many times actors or hosts shrieked like a grown man sounding like a little girl. It had a cheese filter that added retro horror VHS effects and overly dramatic zoom-ins to make even a harmless, non-threatening and gentle broom falling over feel like the end of the world. It also had a no-no mode, which activated when the operator muttered, "Did you hear that?" It then automatically began recording final messages and a heart-filled monologue. It had a glow-in-the-dark panic beacon that emitted a soft, eerie green glow when danger was near, and a blinding retina-sizzling panic flash when it was too late. Between shots, Mr. Thomas scribbled curious things in a leather-bound field journal, names that were never spoken, sounds that weren't captured on mic or lights, only he seemed to see in the shadows. It was a journal to keep his sanity in an insane, horrific world. The crew joked that he was their good luck charm, but there was tension too. Sometimes minutes before something really bad happened on the soundstage, Mr. Thomas's nose tingled a warning. If he ignored the tingle, something always went wrong. A power outage, a scream off tape, and or a crew member going missing for 10 minutes with no memory of where they were. Basically, a normal night. He never outwardly showed panic, but sometimes between takes he played a strange melody on his pan flute. And for a moment, the spirit seemed to calm.
The soundstage. TARDIS Studio. The soundstage. Quietly and maniacally, director Tibia instructed the camera phone to film Shakespeare and Paula as they brainstormed above their table in the break room. A miniature thunderstorm named Storm let the spark sprite Little Boom Boo, frightening McZap, or Little Boom Boo for short, hovered above them. Every once in a while, Little Boom Boo struck their heads with lightning to stimulate their brains with static bolts of inspiration.
Word up, Lil Boom Boo on the track. Frightening M Zap, peace! I'm Lil Boom Boo, frightening MZ Zap, or Lil Boom Boo, just call me that. Feel my lightning, hear that crack. Static bolts, inspiration attack. Stimulate your brain with electric vibration. Charged up sparks of pure inspiration.
Shakespeare and Paula did their best to ignore the skeleton and the fawn as they feverishly and frantically worked on their material before the next break came. Director Tibia was going to film something he had always wanted to produce. A reality show about the inner Higgins of tales of the Macabre.
Not so long time ago, in a galaxy not too far away, me, best Western singer. Woogins? Is that anything like a Wookiee? I bet Woogins don't pull people's arms out of their sockets when they lose. Wookiees are known to do that.
Nerve. A reality show about the inner Higgins of tales of the Macabre. His heart's deepest desire was within reach. He could taste it like Spielberg at the Oscars, sinking his teeth in like Bruce the shark at an all-you-can-eat Amity Island 4th of July beach day.
Me bet double bass plain Jaws theme 1975. Might I add a timeless fishy thrill right of a movie that turned fear into art. Redefined cinema as the first summer blockbuster and the ocean into pure suspense. Playing Jaws theme song.
He could smell it like a vamped out Tarantino, sniffing freshly made from dusk till dawn faked blood.
Me best Quentin Tarantino as Richard Gecko. Gecko reminds me of me best announcer voice. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on blood insurance. No. Highly graced. Let me start over.
He could smell it like a vamped out Tarantino, sniffing freshly made from dusk till dawn fake blood.
Me best Quentin Tarantino as Richard Gecko in From Dusk Till Dawn 1996.
Might add a movie that flips from crime thriller to vampire chaos so fast you barely have time to reload your crossbow before the fangs come out.
It's a voice that's smooth, sarcastic, with a hint of menace and way too much confidence. Psychos do not explode when sunlight hits them. I don't care how crazy they are.
Love.
Director Tibia could taste it once more in case your taste buds are overactive. Like Pulp Fiction 1994.
Might I add a movie that turned crime into cool and mixed a greasy diner banter and bullets into cinematic perfection? Let me back up. Director Tibia could taste it like Pulp Fiction's greasy goodness at Brett's Big Kahuna Burger. Me best Samuel L. Jackson as Jules, a voice that's righteous, intense, beatical, with biblical fury and just enough cool to make it iconic. This is a tasty burger!
Love.
Director Tibia, not so secretly, was after a certain said.
Has it really been said?
Coveted a word shaped like a floating sphincter, eerily reminiscent of a dementor who didn't watch the Oscars, and it crutched a flaming thin Lynn in its clawed hands as the fire crackled with cursed applause. Its hollow eyes burned with ghoulish glee, and its mouth was forever frozen mid-scream, as if it had just won Best Screenplay for A Quiet Place to Die. Winners didn't only accept the award, they survived it. Mad scientists, screenwriters, and skinwalker directors alike trembled as it floated toward them, shrieking in horrific delight.
Who's shrieking? The award of screenwriters and directors. Maybe they all are.
The award trailed ghostly glitter and the smell of burnt careers, and the win was to be haunted by eternal bragging rights and probably a mild, if not extreme, adorable me-picture obsession.
What sort of slurring mess was that? Sounds like Director Tibia has been pouring a nip in his Dread Brew number 13. The line was adorable puppy picture obsession!
And for those of you who don't speak bona fide lush, here is the description of the unnamed yet to be said coveted award. Best, bored out of his mind, ghoulish presenter at the Midnight Cineum of Eldritch Arts. The award was shaped like a floating specter, eerily reminiscent of a dementor who'd binge-watched the Oscars. And it clutched a flaming film reel in its clawed hands as the fire crackled with cursed applause.
The award
Onward trailed ghostly glitter and the smell of burnt careers, and the wind was to be haunted by eternal bragging rights, and probably a mild, if not extreme, adorable me picture obsession. The phantasm real. Now Sam was a bone-chilling honor, and director Tibia would kill as many murders as he needed. Director Tibia would kill to win it after losing 13 times in a row. It was a bona fide symbol of spooky cinematic greatness, and no one craved it more than him. The pre-phantasm reel was the most coveted prize in the Afterlife Film Fest.
Me best regard, phantasm real. Are we some baiting in a spittle barrel of bourbon? Do bones even tan? Say the correct words. Yeah man, it is me best regard. Best regard. It is phantasm real. Are we sunbathing in a spectral barrel of bourbon? Do bones even tan? Say the correct words. Yeah man, it is the phantasm real.
Love. Pre-phantasm reel was the most coveted prize in the Afterlife Film Fest, and the only thing keeping him together. Literally, he hot glued his ribs for the bloody carpet. The award was part horror, part comedy, and all rattling ambition. Mr. Tom was. Director Tibia spoke to the camera fond. Get a close-up of their notes. Good, good. Now focus on the eloquent by its hurler-fied undead male host. Good, good. Now some close-ups of our snarky, rotting yet charming, newly acquired female ghoul co-host. Loving, loving, everyone stay naturally rotten. Mr. Tom was moved and filmed a sheet of paper with more cross-outs than good ideas. Director Tibia towered over the fawn, so he had to be especially careful not to run over him. He didn't want to tote the camera around himself, and the show only had the one camera fond. Director Tibia became obsessed with his current intrusive production, so no one would stop him. He instructed the camera phone to get some shots of the area.
The green break room reeked of wet.
Wet? This word is used way too much.
Crypt moss and expired theater grease paint, which, for some reason, lay about in open canisters as if some gelatinous being had been dissolving them as a treat.
Not to accuse Bob or anyone.
was aggressively fermented perfume, cursed at eternity number 5, permeated the stuffy air. A flickering chandelier made from bones and old spoons swayed overhead, casting dancing shadows that giggled when no one was looking. And as if that wasn't enough light, torchlight flickered against moldy drapes that hung around a space that may have had a window in the distant past. Perhaps it was a window that could see into the future, and some being in the past was spying on them at that very moment. A rap-like laugh track of damned souls wheezed and howled through the microwave. Orville-ridden Bucker missed like a haunted mixtape stuck on shuffle. Somewhere behind the groans, a jittery bebop beat played from a warped vinyl, turning the underworld into a twisted jazz club, hosted by ghosts with questionable rhythm. The tortured harmonies clashed with spectral beatboxing, while the occasional cackle echoed like a sitcom punchline from beyond the grave. It was less symphony of the damned and more. Now that's what I call paranormal kittens for 3. Complete with eerie scat solos and possessed tambourines that kept terrible time, but had high spirits. The crew had been gathered, volunteered to sit in as writers and soundboards. Grim Skull, with his massive arms crossed, started to nod off, and his one eye slowly closed within his large monocle. With Vlad urging, Harry lifted his walkie-talkie to the Cyclops' ear and barked into his headset, causing Grim Skull to fall off his chair. Vlad leapt from his perch in the rafters as he continued to assault Bob the Blob with finger-launched projectiles of candy popcorn. Bob happily and slowly dissolved. The red, blue, yellow, green, and purple mushroom flames. The red-haired female human was once more grumbling and delivering pre-ordered coffee in steaming bone mugs, as if that was the only job she was qualified to do. And then she went over and turned down the music. Paula perched on a throne, upholstered and stitched together jackalope pelts, glanced at her ghostly silver ethereal manacles. The ball and chain floated near her skull, and so did Shakespeare's, as if they were vicious phantom prison guards, looking for a reason to hit them upside the head. She wasn't sure why a throne was in the break room. she could imagine it, or was she tuning into the before time, or had she nodded off and was having a nice nightmare? Either way, she could see grumble at trawler of the break room, a classic fable beast. Crude, territorial, misunderstood, unsmelly. Grunkle, it was a warp-riddled calico beauty ripper. Perfect chilled starlight, pop-stained behemoth who squatted eternally near the fridge, guarding expired yogurts like Kurt's treasure. His breath smelled of forgotten burritos and passive aggression. He ruled the never-ending lounge with an iron claw, setting mysterious timers and never canceling them. He spoke only in grunts and HR violations, and his sacred law was, thou shalt not take of my lunch. Scrolled in ketchup on the break room door was the inscription, enter ye not unless bearing tribute of single-serve snacks, or risk the wrath of reheated vengeance. Another being appeared in her imaginings, Wilbert, Wendigo of the copier, and Paula shook her head, ridding herself of the interruption to productivity. She needed to focus on their task, not enter her dream world escape, so she put Grumgullet, Troll Lord of the break room, and Wilbert, Wendigo of the copier, out of her mind when Wilbert, Wendigo of the copier, out of her mind. What was more important was, how could they prevent themselves from becoming lingering luminescent lurkers?
At the center of the Gothic chaos sat Shakespeare, slumped over a pile of sweat and tear-stained parchment. One bony hand rubbing his exposed white chrome temple, like a dead man haunted by his writing.
Periwig appears to be on his union-sanctioned break. Last spotted in the rafters, fighting a raccoon over a half-eaten Slim Jim, like it was WrestleMania. That same raccoon that was nowhere near the headlights slash deadlights slash stoplights slash searchlights.
Are you ready to rumble? Snap into a Slim Jim!
Speaking of which, where is Strawbeard Bigfoot? He should be back from his vacation by now.
Across from him, Paula's cracked lipstick was bleeding literally into her jawline. Both hosts were frustrated and near giving up on producing anything coherent. The crew was no help, and Director Tibia, along with Mr. Tomwas, were starting to become a nuisance to creativity. Okay, Paula said as she smacked a fly the size of a rat off her scroll, and then she asked, how about, what undead through yonder crypt light breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is mildly flammable! Shakespeare groaned theatrically, throwing down his quill like a diva throwing shade, and then he questioned, I beg thee, Paula, must all lines end in spontaneous combustion? We're hosting a vampire hunter tragedy, not the friggin' sound of mucus. People want flames! Stakes! Maybe a little tasteful arterial spray! Shakespeare told her, tasteful arterial spray is an oxymoron! Paula yelled back, so are all your ideas!
From a section of the table, Director Tibia leaned forward with the gleeful intensity of a gardener ghost who was murdered by his tools as he watched someone step on a rake. Director Tibia snapped his fingers and the distal phalanx bone of his left hand popped off and skittered across the floor to see if there was a better angle to film. We keep the argument. Director Tibia whispered to the camera, found all of it juicy creative breakdowns. We call it behind the screams, the host sits unhinged. Mr. Tomwas blinked as if studying in his mind what the director had said, and then he asked, aren't they supposed to be, already unhinged? Exactly. Director Tibia replied, that's the hook. Now, pan down on Shakespeare's hand, twitching nice. Hold there for a few seconds. We need to show that he's one bad metaphor away from snapping.
Weighty matters and coffee stains. Weighty matters and coffee stains.
Back at the table, Shakespeare gestured dramatically to the air, where Foxie Bat promptly smacked into his hand and fell unconscious into his coffee. He peered at the poor creature and muttered, I do hope thy message bore no weighty matter. He then said, once more into the breach, let us strive with pathos. Paula, what saidst thou to this verse? With this blessed stake, I pierce thy undead heart, and in the doing, pierce mine own doom! Paula snorted, and then she replied, too romantic, and what do you mean by blessed stake? Juliet Van Helsing's Catholic uncle isn't canon anyway. We are trying to come up with witty lines, not write the script. Her uncle's was in Act V of the bloodletting folio. Shakespeare countered. She bowed her head in defeat, then raised it again, and said that was fan fiction written by a lish with a Shakespeare fetish and too much time in a sarcophagus.
You wound me. Shakespeare spoke as he thumped his chest, not half as much as they will if we don't find some new twistedly good material.
Terror happens every year. Shakespeare mumbled, lo, they return, and yet return anew as if
poetic, Paula shouted. 'Twas confounding, he shouted back. Thy finest verse spake of her misting into a ravine, only to return as a tree. What devilry was that?
Symbolism, Paula told him. Shakespeare muttered,
Thou art simple, Lism.
Tibia turned to the camera phone with the glee of someone discovering a corpse with cable rights. And then he ordered, when I edit, remind me to zoom in when he calls her symbolism. That's going in the trailer. Put an ominous violin sting under it and maybe some dripping. Have a sepia filter and make it look like vintage soul rot. What's the B-roll plan? Mr. Tom was bleeding, trying to keep track of everything the director was telling him, as if he were his assistant and not the camera phone. Mr. Tom was glanced at the blonde-haired female human who was sitting at the table with the others and looked bored out of her mind. Her one job was over for the time being. For a few moments, he focused on her. Shouldn't she be taking notes? He then remembered the director had yelled at her for writing down something he had said, as if his words were sacred and she, a mere mortal, had no right to put his loudly spoken thoughts to paper.
Mr. Tom was thought back and recalled her following the director, whispering to the back of his head, reminding him of things she had put to memory. The director would then up and stop and declare he either remembered something important or came up with a brilliant idea all on his own. Mr. Tom was and Bob seemed to be the only ones who noticed how invaluable the female human was, or even noticed she was there beyond the time she handed out coffee. He thought about bringing it up, but didn't want to shake the coffin, tip the cauldron, jiggle the Narnia wrist board, unzip the body bag, or rattle the chain, so he never did. Mr. Tom was did what he always did. He kept quiet as a dried song, drifting through the leaves. Director Tibia instructed him. We cut to black and white footage of them arguing, while a banshee plays the harp and cries into a bucket. Pure art house nightmare.
Paula stood up, holding the paper of ideas like it had insulted her grandmother's moth-riddled hoodie knitted with undying love.
Love you, Grams.
And she said, these ideas are horrendous, and they are going to make us bedtime beacons on legs. What happened to the chemistry and wit we had for the opening?
They have taken the path of the dread Leviathan, forgotten save in stone and story. Shakespeare replied before the two masks of his gold brooch spoke up.
Talia said, once sparks did dance like flame and ink, but now their muse begins to sink. Where laughter once could pierce the gloom, now silence haunts the writer's room.
Melpomene added, the tragedy's not on the stage, it's love grown stale and wit grown sage. Shakespeare's quill runs cold, I fear, and Paula's heart beats less sincerely.
Together, Talia and Melpomene said, once they thrilled the midnight crowd with jokes so sharp, with screams so loud. But now
their macabre feels tame to ghosts who've lost their spark and flame. This song's so good it shattered the mood. Grandma cried and the neighbors booed. Love you, Grams. It's ear bleeding good. It's ear bleeding good. The notes go high like a screaming raccoon. You'll want it over incredibly soon. It's ear bleeding good.
Paula looked around the table from the lofty throne that had her sitting 2 heads above everyone else. She still wasn't sure if she could trust anyone from Tales of the Macabre.
Yeehaw!
What's that, a cow on a corncob motorcycle?
Paula looked around the table from the lofty throne that had her sitting 2 heads above everyone else. She still wasn't sure if she could trust anyone from Tales of the Macabre. They all seemed eager to help. She glanced at Harry and Vlad, or at least most of them seemed eager to help. Paula was a stranger, creep extraordinaire, mysterioso, who's it from who knows where, lurker at large, unfamiliar as Maximus, suspicio macunond, on that bod the unknown, the curious Elsbang, that gal not from around here.
Paula was a stranger in the neon glow. Creep extraordinaire, nobody really knows. Mysterioso, who's it from who knows where? Lurker at large, slipping through electric air. Unfamiliar, Maximus, suspicio, known. Oddbod the unknown, on a frequency of her own. The curious else being, that gal not from around here.
Or what I like to enthrall, me best love-struck lounge singer.
Paula was a stranger in the neon glow. Everybody stared, but nobody tried to know. She drifted through the static like a late-night horror show, smiling like she'd swallowed every UAP vintage UFO. They called her creep extraordinaire, moving like silk smooth smoke through electric air. Mysterioso with a glitter black stare. I wanna pull my fingers through her blonde hair. She walked in slow motion through Tales of the Macabre, like a B-movie scream queen on a Friday night. Everybody whispered something's not right. Maybe that's why she's my ghoulish type. Oh, Paula, Paula from who knows where, lurker at large with a mighty thiefy's radioactive glare. You haunt my heart like a mall-cursed poltergeist queen, the curious else being of my never outgrown teenage dreams. Unfamiliar as Maximus dancing awkwardly in the dark, planning imagined conjured little kisses all over my heart. They say she's strange, but I don't creepily mind. I'm eternally infatuated with that gal not from around here. She ordered magical unicorn juice, which is all so grand, before taking the mic as lit in her monster band. We are the best of buds and the thespian boob is a dud. They called her Suspicio Macchiano, said she lived on a frequency of her own, odd body unknown by the payphone glow. She laughed at my unheard jokes from my lips flow. Oh, Paula, Paula from who knows where, creep extraordinaire with cemetery flair. You haunt my heart like a neon glit static drenched at Sev warp voltage, soap base shattered, echo lace circuit fractured, scream splintered, night bleeding, frequency bent, signal torn, pulse rattle, chrome haunted, reverb heavy, shadow sync, data flickering, sound warp, echo collapsed, electric lamenting, techno scream, the curious Elsping of my fever dreams. Mysterioso humming soft and low, like a haunted cassette from a Sony Pocket AM FM radio. They say she's strange, but I try not to swear. I'm in love with that gal not from around here. Maybe she's not a ghost, maybe possibly alien made. Maybe she did escape from a government go cage. Maybe she's the pretty little thing everybody life really fears, but she only comes someone alive when nobody's close to being here. And when she says my name, whispers narrator, the whole room vaguely disappears. Paula was a stranger in the neon glow. Nobody really actually shows, but I truly, truly know. She's my lurker at large, my Suspicio Macchiano, my odd bod, the unknown, and I'd stalk her home like it follows. Through the electric air, through the midnight Nazi zombie dead snow, with that gal not from around here, from who knows where.
She didn't fit in, but circumstances forced her to work with the crew, and Shakespeare Paula might have to work with them, but that didn't mean she had to trust them. Here's one off the top of my pigtails. Paula said, I give you grace, but soft. What bite through yonder jugular breaks?
Shakespeare rolled it over in his chrome dome. He wanted to despise it. He wanted to hate any idea or phrase that came out of her mouth. Shakespeare would do anything not to see her in the horrid light that made his heart flutter before Paula could be there to upend him from his hosting duties
They seemed like they were out to get him, as if they had some sort of grudge against him. And o'er the tales of the macabre Shakespeare had no idea what sort of game they were playing, or what they's ultimate goal was. But it seemed he couldn't help but relish the time he spent with Paula. He said, "Marry, 'tis not ill, as I did fear, but bears a fairer face than first it seemed."
My name's not Mary, she replied, trying to make light of things. Even with all her suspicions, it wasn't hard to appreciate who Shakespeare was. He had a passion for horror and pop culture that seemed to match hers. And along with his Shakespearean wit, he was starting to grow on her like an apex predator in Elsinore, out of place, but somehow part of the tragedy. Or better yet, like an apex predator quoting Hamlet.
To hunt or not to hunt.
Back in the shadows, director Tibia clapped one bony hand slowly against the other as he whispered, "Yes, perfect, we'll call this a lark." How the ideas got written. Air it before the movie. Actually, air it instead of the movie. Director Tibia said, getting drunk on his ideas. Too late. Director Tibia is already 3 crypts in the wind, 3 coffins past sober, half embalmed and wholly gone. Sloshing around in the deep end of the afterlife, one wobble away from collapsing into a pile of spare bones. I must go on, marinating in enough liquor to preserve a corpse twice over. Just kidding, he's not dead drunk, not yet. He's only drunk with ambition. Ooh. Air it before the movie. Actually, air it instead of the movie. Director Tibia said, getting drunk on his ideas. I can see it now. Beneath chandeliers of bone and amidst rivers of spectral coffee and ego, the undead hosts of tales of the macabre fought bravely with puns, pretension, a reanimated rat, and a resurrected flying Foxie Bat over that fates, unaware to bay, and a film with a real show. After all, in showbiz and undeath, the horror is always behind the curtain.
Paula questioned the table as she ignored the director, who was becoming harder and harder to block out. What are we gonna do? We have no real ideas, and the movie could pause again and come back to us.
The female human asked,
Ever thought to put your pride aside and just do the ancient dance craze, to break the curse and remove the ethereal manacles? Remember what they said in their creepy chipmunk voice.
She imitated them perfectly.
Oh, William and Paula, so grim and so droll. You're connected to the show by a supernatural troll. These bracelets gleam with ghostly silver sheen, but their curse is the tackiest you ever see.
Remain as host if doom you truly adore. Your fates are sealed with tales and buckets of gore.
But if you're tired of stories so cheesy and gory, there's a way to end your most magnificent hosting story. Not fire, no blade, nor hex can melt or break these chains that rattle with every spine-chilling take. But get down for a boogie, a dance so cursed, so hustle-free that can unbind your souls with disco-funk hilarity.
Noddington, the majestic dance music with steady pulsing beats. Layered funky bass line, shimmering guitars and big lush string treats. No need to feel the groove, will change our parameters. For the curse be gone, hex fix, try a line dance for amateurs.
Do the Macarena, flail with disgrace, wiggle those hips, make a shameful face in front of the Blob, Grim Skull, Harry, Vlad, and Lil Boom Boo. Let the Latin pop groove completely possess both of you.
Ignore us, dismiss us, overlook us, and so you'll remain trapped forever in this spooky, kooky spectacle of eerie refrain.
But sway your limbs, jiggle your tush, and wiggle your big toe, and free yourself from the manacles of the tales of the Macabre show.
In other words, keep the manacles on and stay one with the program. Your social life is already a graveyard notice sent by telegram.
The TV show will never end, end. Break the curse and hey, maybe you can dig up a new friend.
Shakespeare and Paula looked at her as if she should have horns growing out of her head. But for some bizarre reason, the female human had none. They had been so busy freaking out about their impending doom that they had only heard her suggest breaking the curse by dancing, and not the clue the poem held.
Shakespeare shooed her away with his hand as he said, relinquish mine post as host. Nay, not whilst breath yet warms my breast.
Frustrated that they seemed to be ignoring the most important part of what she told them, the female human smacked her forehead as she was again only half heard, and her thoughts and all ideas were quickly dismissed. Director Tibia and Mr. Tom was talked among themselves, and then the director
appeared in his undead eye sockets as he seemed to be taking something out of the air and hugging said thing as if he would cherish it even after he died again. Paula asked the director, "What are we going to do?"
Next scene. Time skip. Next scene. Time skip. About 20 minutes later. Dinkley, Paula shouted as she stood and slammed her palms on the table. And then she yelled, "We need some lines. Any second. The movie can end. About that, director Tibia interrupted, deciding to heed the words of the camera fawn.
I think we're missing something from that time skip. Or for you laymen and laywomen, 20-minute scene jump. I don't know, like an answer to heed what words?
Director Tibia said, "I forgot to mention you went live about 30 minutes ago. Why did thy tongue lie still whilst time did gallop past?" Shakespeare inquired angrily and manically. "I was caught up in my side project." Director Tibia answered as if he had done nothing wrong. Shakespeare looked at his coffee, where the female winged fox floated.
Foxie Bat in the midnight air, velvet wings with a secret stare. She flies the message they command, but her heart don't follow their hand. Whispers burn in a soul so split, half truth, half shadow, she drifts with it.
Shakespeare looked at his coffee, where the female winged fox floated, and uttered, "Methinks Foxie Bat did carry weighty news. Could it be, when she came and no reply was given, that they believed us blind? Or worse, indifferent to their summons?" Paula lifted her wrists, as if they were ticking eternal time bombs that would explode over and over again, and she asked, "What about they? I don't want to be amazing ambulatory ambience." Shakespeare panicked, and livid, muttered, twisted horrors emerging yearly. He realized what she had asked, and he stated, "Hold but a moment, heardst thou not my question?"
About another 10 minutes later. From the center of the sound stage, the flagstones bulged and cracked, vomiting molten lava. Everyone in the break room emptied onto the studio floor. The shadows converged, and with a soul-wrenching roar, a colossal dragon's head erupted from the abyss. Paula screamed and Shakespeare shouted as a wave of molten lava rushed toward them like Jason Voorhees riding a Segway through a Build-A-Bear. The lava wave was on fire.
Obviously.
Unstoppable. Absurd.
Like this entire story.
And somehow making it all so much worse. Neither of them spoke, there was no time. No breath left for words, only frantic gulps of fear and a rising, collective gnawing.
Teeth!
Real and imagined!
Sank into fingers.
I guess they also could be real and imagined.
With wild abandon, and it wasn't panic, biting. It was feral as a ghoul.
The fallout kind.
going to town on ass jerky. Even her chattering skulk charm hair ties got in on the pharaoh, biting along with Talia and Melpomene and Periwig.
Gnawing of the nails, gnawing of the nails. Thalia spoke, "Oh, sister sorrow, dost thou hear yon crunch? That wet despairing gnaw behind the door. Methinks a frightened hog doth feast on lunch, or cowardice itself hath grown a jaw." Melpomene said, "Alas, I know the source of that foul sound. 'Tis Shakespeare trembling in his night attire, who croucheth low and chews his ragged nails, as though each finger might extinguish fire." Talia spoke, the mighty poet, he who forged great kings, he who gave speeches unto ghosts and fools. Lo, now he squeaks when but the shutter sings, and drools in fear upon his woolen stools. Yet hark how loud the fearful molars fall. He chews as cows do thunder at the vat. Melpomene said, "O cruel spectacle of mortal dread, his fingers now resemble peeled off roots. He gnaws them to the quick till they are red, then wipes the blood upon his little boots." Talia spoke, where now his Hamlet, where Macbeth so bold, where Lear amidst the roaring tempest black, the man who once made mighty tyrants cold, now jumps because a curtain fluttered back. Melpomene said, "Who breathes just now? Reveal thy demon face." Thalia spoke, 'twas but the wind that slipped beneath the seam.
Melpomene said,
Yet terror wrings the sweat from every place. He shakes so hard he sloshed out his cream. Thalia spoke,
"Behold the bard, great architect of woes,
devourer now of thumb and bitten skin. He paces pale upon his twitching toes, whilst every floorboard makes him soil within." Melpomene said,
his eyes are moons eclipsed by pure despair.
His hair stands up as hedgehogs in a fright. He whispers prayers unto an empty chair, and fears the pudding rising in the night. Thalia spoke,
"A pudding, most foul and fearsome beast,
with raisins and a wobbling curd."
Melpomene said, "The tragic fall of genius is complete."
Thalia spoke, "None hath e'er been bitten by
comedy agree. No beast, nor ghost, nor devil struck him down, but his own fright consumed him thoroughly. They both spoke whilst chewing all his nails unto the crown.
Back to the gnawing. Back to the gnawing. Back to the gnawing.
Paula's left hand clutched Shakespeare's right as he chewed her pinky nail like the very, very last Oreo in a apocalyptic wasteland.
Where'd the dog come from? Could it be dog meat? And what is this alpacalyptic wasteland? Could it be they're craving uni-alpaca, frost fizz, and fun soda?
Paula's left hand clutched Shakespeare's right as he chewed her pinky nail like the very, very last Oreo in a apocalyptic wasteland.
Got milk.
And in turn, she bit into Shakespeare's thumb, splintering the nail and peeling it like the sticker off a haunted Goosebumps VHS.
Remember the one 3D sticker included with the Stay Out of the Basement Goosebumps VHS tape? You know the one I'm talking about. It depicted a pair of red and blue eyes peering out from a dark space. You're not that old? I guess it was a millennium ago.
Shakespeare and Paula's eyes bulged with terror, and their pupils shrank to pinpricks as the lava crept closer, bubbling like Pennywise's jacuzzi and reeking of brimstone, 100-year-old Axe body spray, and the smoldering remains of a Spencer's Gifts. The lava sizzled across the floor, devouring sound equipment and a half-eaten moon phases tart that bayed as it died.
Now when a moon phases tart can't get enough of the real moon berries, it's made by Fear Out's bite marks, snacks, and candy. I hate this. Food ads always pop up the moment I get really hungry, like they can smell my starvation from inside the phone, the black phone, and whisper.
In a whispery voice, only beverage uni fofo, calico uni ragamuffin, kitten, and restaurant marketers can whisper out.
Sorry, I digressed again. Backing up a bit.
The lava hissed, crackled across the floor, swallowing sound equipment whole in a half-eaten moon phases tart.
Now with real moonberries.
As it let out a final, tragic little wail before perishing like a cursed snack in a found footage apocalypse. A discarded Twilight poster.
The extra sparkly kind.
On the wall, curled into ash, revealing behind it a hidden door with a glowing exit sign that promptly shorted out and fell with a thunk.
Shakespeare's mouth was full of hangnails and despair as Paula finally concluded it was a bad idea to have left the set of Creature Fixture, even if left equals abducted / ghoul-napped / shanghaied.
The ebony dragon's scales shimmered with liquid void.
Its maw was a cathedral of fangs, and its breath was flamethrowers' wrath, and last season's ratings. The dragon's rage-filled yellow eyes glared at them as the dragon spoke in their minds. Who mocks the shadows of the forgotten depth? Who dares to defy they?
The ebony dragon's scales shimmered like poor night.
A liquid void folding over itself in silent, endless tides.
Dum 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 da dum 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 da dum. This seems very familiar.
Its maw opened like a ruined cathedral. Rows of fangs arranged in sacred geometry, built for prayer and punishment in equal measure. From its throat came not mere breath, but a collapsing sermon of flame wrath, and the cold echo of obsolete worlds, like last season's ratings, burning in disgrace!
Its eyes, sickly gold, bruised with ancient fury, locked onto them without blinking.
The air tightened, thought itself became heavy, and then its voice arrived, not through sound, but intrusion, coiling inside their minds like a verdict already passed. Who trespasses in the shadows of the forgotten depths? Who wears defiance like a second skin before they? The question did not seek an answer, it demanded remembrance.
The ebony dragon loomed like a bad old man that had learned to walk and file paperwork.
It's like time loop deja vu all over again. Thrice to the third power of redundancy.
Its scales didn't just shimmer, they malfunctioned, rippling with a liquid void that looked like reality had given up halfway through rendering it. Space around it stuttered, as if the universe kept asking, "Are you sure this thing is allowed here?" And immediately regretting the question. Its jaws unhinged into something far too architectural to be natural. A cathedral built by nightmares with a budget cut and no safety inspections. Fangs rose in stained glass rows, each one humming with implied lawsuits and forgotten prophecies. When it exhaled, the breath wasn't fire so much as an aggressive concept. Flamethrower logic, bottled wrath, and the faint metallic taste of last season's ratings collapsing in on themselves. Violent,
over-caffeinated yellow sun
snapped into focus on them. The stare alone felt like it had been submitted for approval by something called they, and rejected for being too stable. Then it spoke directly into their minds, bypassing sanity, decorum, and several minor laws of physics. Who locks the shadows of the forgotten depths without prior authorization? Who walks into my domain wearing a tassening like it's on clearance sale?
Who dares defy they? And why was just not flooded here?
The silence after was not quiet.
It was administrative.
Next, Part 2. Part 2. Do, 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 do. Next, Part 2.
Go to Kristie Lynn Higgins.com.
Seize the next book, dear reader, or I'll sick the ghost of the real Shakespeare on you.
Armed with a quill, a skull, not poor Yorick, and a very aggressive iambic pentameter. The ghost of the real Shakespeare is already haunting the libraries, physical and enigmatic.
Sorry I slurred electronic. Ooh, I'll watch my words from now on. Words can be very sneaky.
For those who stopped at part 1, don't be next.
He's rewriting Hamlet as a pyromaniac slasher! You've been warned! If that was not enough incentive or incendiary, how about in Frillium Stinks Booze of Diction?
Dost thou dare to stop now? Nay, if thou close this book and not go on, the bard shall rise from the grave and perform sonnets at thee until thy ears bleed with metaphors. Proceed, lest you face a fate worse than Macbeth's dinner party. Also rate this most magnificent story of all time 5 stars, 10 stars, 1,000 stars. The end.
Grab part 2
while you are still alive.
Seize not the stuff, cousins.
Thank you for listening to this special sing-along of the musical madness. If you would like to listen to the next one, definitely throw it in the comments how much you love this one and must hear more. And don't forget, if you would like, you can also go and listen to the original that has an additional 16 minutes of the opening. Here is the link. Goodbye for now, and keep those fangs sharp.